Globus-enabled systems. So what's Globus? It's a secure, reliable service. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. So what's Globus? It's a secure, reliable service. With the Globus platform, you can easily incorporate robust capabilities. And if the data is sensitive, no problem. Globus can be used to manage protected data. With Globus, you can easily share your data without having to move it or copy it. With Globus, subscribers can easily move and share. And if you have any more questions about Globus, visit Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. If this sounds familiar, you're not alone. Many thousands face the same challenges every day and solve them with Globus. So what's Globus? So what's Globus? It's a secure, reliable service. With the Globus platform, you can easily incorporate robust capabilities. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. And if the data is sensitive, no problem. Globus can be used to manage protected data. With Globus, you can easily share your data without having to move it or copy it. With Globus, subscribers can easily move and share. And if you have any more questions about Globus, visit Globus. So how can you get started using Globus? Anyone can use Globus right now for free to transfer files between Globus-enabled systems. So what's Globus? It's a secure, reliable service. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. So what's Globus? It's a secure, reliable service. With the Globus platform, you can easily incorporate robust capabilities. And if the data is sensitive, no problem. Globus can be used to manage protected data. With Globus, you can easily share your data without having to move it or copy it. With Globus, subscribers can easily move and share. And if you have any more questions about Globus, visit Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus.
Yo. What up, though? Every day is throat singing day. Throat goat. Shout out Nancy Reagan, the real throat goat. What up, though? How we doing? How we doing? How we doing? How we doing? Shout out to the viewers. Shout out to the bots. Shout out to the lurkers. Shout out to the James from the Internet Refugee. Shout out to the people who want something just a little more substantive in their day when it comes to Twitch. Shout out to people who just like my voice on in the background while they go about their business. Shout out to anybody I didn't already mention. Shout out to the people that I will never figure out an adequate. I guess that bit's done. What up, though? Been a good day. I hope you're having a good day. We got a whole bunch of news. What up, Red Hobbit? Got a whole bunch of news to get to. We got some Twitter stuff. We've got some yeah, the wife and I were laying in bed watching Black Mirror, and no. We were watching Black Mirror, and her cell phone slid off the blanket off her lap and touched Stampy, and then the dude leaped like 3 feet in the air. Like, I understand, the reflexes and how reflexes are important when defending yourself from threats, but like going straight up in the air means you're going to come right back down on whatever the threat was. It's like, oh. But yeah, we got articles. We got a bunch of articles to get through, and then we're going to start off with Twitter. Then we'll go to the news articles, get those out of the way, and then we got videos for the rest of the day. We'll do the short ones first and the longer ones last, and we'll see how long we can go. Sound good? All right. The first thing I wanted to talk about was this piece from, could you not, refresh Twitter? No, you can't because you're broken. Was this piece from the 6th, and I kept meaning to go to it, and if you've been here, you know. So, first we'll watch the video, and then we'll read the thing. If it has noise. We'll see if it has noise. Doesn't appear to have noise. Because why would you want that in your video site for the thing to work properly? So anyway, you might recognize this robot from a previous episode where the reporter was interacting with the robot, And the robot was um no, I don't think so. I think that was, I don't even know if that was a robot, but yeah, like, you remember what I said about Friday about like how the sex robot, like, that, I don't want to judge or any of those kind of things, but like how the sex robot really could be indicative of a problem with the individual. And then I like, I'm trying to be cool and pretend that people aren't watching my content, but Elon, after I say whatever the hell, Elon's out here like, hold my beer and got to do the thing, and it's like, um all right, so robots equipped with AI can now draw. Amica, the world's most advanced humanoid robot, was equipped with Stable Diffusion and GPT-3, giving it the power to imagine drawings. Key points developed in 2021. Amica is an advanced humanoid robot equipped with. Sorry, just realized. Equipped with microphones, cameras, and facial recognition software. Amicus software uses Stable Diffusion, a deep learning model for generating images based on text prompts. Amicus skillfully sketched a cat on its canvas and even signed the drawing. For interactions, Amica utilizes both GPT-3 and human telepresence, featuring motorized articulation in its arms, fingers, and neck. The company previously showcased Amica's ability to express human emotions and speak in multiple languages. While Amica's drawing was not exactly Picasso level, this development showcases the fact that AI and robots are becoming significantly more human like. What up, Zero? Twitter tweet API error unbranded or unhandled status code 403. Baller. Baller. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, I saw this. No, that Old Lobster. That's when I do the hover thing, which in Chatterino shows me the link. Right, Twitter doesn't work anymore because the Twitter API is, you know, falling apart. Right. Yeah. No, and these are like, you should do an unclaimed fund search. There's a variety of different websites. Just be careful, of course. Find ones that are reliable. Um, you know, that kind of stuff. Use like, there's usually like a state funded one or something like that. Yeah, yeah, exactly. But you, there might be money out there, and it takes you like 5-10 minutes to look. I have a friend who does it for like, there you go. I have a friend who does it for like me, him, his family, my family, all his friends. Yeah, just check. There could be money sitting out there, and everyone could use money, including Elon apparently. And I love this, right? I've noticed about 20% traffic on my posts. Is that Twitter's fault, my dude? We're not gonna find out. Good luck, David. I hope things work out for you. So yeah, robots are now drawing in meat space. So that's fun. What else we got? What up, Devil? Comrade Devil. This I thought was an interesting. Like, there are people obviously doing their statist bullshit. Um, you know, but I thought that this graphic was interesting, right? This shows a flow when we're accepting that it is accurate, right? But the flow of people from different countries, where they do their undergraduate, where they do their graduate, and then where they do their post grad work, right? And this is for, computer sciences, artificial intelligence, that kind of stuff. And you can see how many people, like people from Europe, tend to stay in Europe. People from the UK tend to stay in the UK. People from Israel tend to stay in Israel. People from Canada, it's about 50-50. And, and then about maybe a third of them stay in Canada. But then they get them from like the United States and other places. But a significant amount of Chinese students are apparently coming from China after doing their undergraduate and doing their graduate in the USA, which makes a certain amount of sense because of how far the United States is ahead of China in a variety of these different technological fields. Like it's that process. But then they're staying in the United States afterwards. Very small amount are headed back to China afterwards. And this is the process of brain drain, right? Like, and it exists. Thanks Elon. Thanks. I wasn't done with that or anything, but thanks. So yeah, this is a process of brain drain. It's something that if you are a statist, you have to be concerned about. Where those of us who are border abolitionists, we believe in just how about everyone gets free school and everyone goes everywhere. So I thought that this was interesting. Again, it's the same dude, and yes, he's a blue check, but if you can find me someone other than me talking about AI on Twitter who's not a blue check, I'd be more than happy to follow them. I tend to. I have no preference regarding cigars, but I'll trust your opinion. But anyways, Dario Amodei, CEO of Anthropic. Anthropic is usually, like, when we watch videos about AI, is like the third company, but like they're not like they're not out there. They're not the face. They're not front facing, right? Like if I say self-driving cars, your thought, bidden or unbidden, immediately goes to Elon, right? Like, because of Tesla. And though there are many other companies doing it, Tesla is the front-facing one and takes all the heat when they fuck up. And also Elon, like, you kind of earn that one. So Dario here might be the most suspicious guy in the AGI space. Suspicious, doing some heavy lifting. Maintains an extremely low profile, has almost no public writing, tweets, or podcasts, unlike Demis or Sam. Has received almost no scrutiny. Largely unreachable, even by well-regarded figures in the AI community. His sister is the president of Anthropic and is married to Holden Karnofsky, CEO of OpenPhil, the largest AI safety funder and the source of a large portion of Anthropic's funding. Correction, OpenPhil hasn't actually given money to Anthropic, so there isn't as much of a conflict of interest. Earlier in life, he was also roommates with Holden as well as Paul Cristiano. He left OpenAI in protest of commercialization and lack of focus on safety, even though Anthropic now has a heavy focus on product and pitches itself to investors as a capabilities company. A leaked memo shows Anthropic's plans to build a model 10 times larger than GPT-4. despite massive criticism from the EA. EA is effective altruism. And again, like, you got to be careful. Like, there are so many pitfalls to fall into some weird shit when you venture into these spaces. Effective altruism can be one of those, right? Like, there are some weird people in the effective altruism community. There has been no response. Attempts, thank you. Attempts to confront Anthropic staff on this question have been met by the PR department. It's generally pushed hard on increasing capabilities, played a major role in advocating for GPT-2 and GPT-3, as well as RLHF, reinforcement learning with human feedback. Overall, no one has any idea who this guy is or what his motivations are. He may well be the most important figure in charge of the most important technology in history. He may turn out to be the most powerful person on Earth, and yet very little is known publicly. And of what is known, a lot seems super sketch. And this is where, like, our media literacy hats come into play. A lot seems super sketch. What did you demonstrate in this post that is super sketch, right? And then your 814 likes post, I would like to request that Dario sit down for an interview podcast and answer some basic questions that are of public interest. And, like, that's a fair request, but as a very small creator, both on Twitch and on Twitter and everywhere else I go, I also understand the weight of my requests. You know, like, who the hell are you? And, like, here for the AGI gossip, right? I mean, you've got 13,000 followers and, like, come on. All right. So this is one of those time-lapse videos of technology that used to exist on, that used to be science fiction, then existed in like a desk type format, and then how it gets incorporated. Yes. I don't know if that was intentional or what, but like even intermittent fasting, I think peaks out at like 14 to 16 hours. So you should definitely eat something, right? And also going too long without food makes your stomach like bad at bringing food in. You have to be very careful. If you're in a situation where you're working hard and you have to go 17 hours without a meal, you need to bring snacks, right? You need to bring along cereal bars or something like that. Something that can keep, something that you can throw in a bag. Exactly. Like, there's a bunch of shit that happens to your body after an extended period of time of going without eating. Yeah, no, I understand. I mean, especially in the field that you are, you need to have a little buddy pack with you with survival rations in it that will keep for a long period of time in case you don't use them. You know, even though like Slim Jims are not the best food for a human being to actually eat, having some Slim Jims, having some cereal bars, maybe some granola, things like that that are like in a package, right? and you can just throw them in that pack and just bring it with you, and just always bring it with you. So that way, if you've got a free, 2 minutes, you can eat something, my dude. Please, I'm begging you. Okay? All right, enough from Dad. Back to the thing. Jesus Christ. I apologize if the music or whatever it is on this is terrible. I blame Elon. So, this is the kind of thing that we're talking about when you're talking about how the AI is going to interact with a variety of other services, right? Like, because right now all these are independent of each other, with the common feature being like the PC and yourself, right? And you have to do all the things. Having an assistant, right? Talking about AI as an assistant, having an assistant that could do a lot of these things. And we do this stuff already. If you're a content creator, one of the things that you struggle with is like advertising your channel. And one of the things you look for are bots that will take your go live notification and drop it on like other people's Discords, or put it on, Twitter or the face pages or what have you, right? Like, it's the automation, right? We look for automation. So, let's see what our friend has to say. I enjoy this. What up, Lucian? Yeah, like this is exactly what I'm talking about. Like, they are going to develop ways to incorporate the AI into the into what you do every day, at the very least, right? Like, that is next step kind of thinking. Like, if you want to make your product ubiquitous, then this is how you do that. Okay, this is relevant. Oh, nice, Zero. Nice. Yeah, like having like a little guest room set up that you can use, if people come visit, or you're going to stay up late working on a project, you don't want to wake the wife, any of these kind of things that you can also open up, multi-purpose that shit. Absolutely. Hello, Ferris. Say hi to chat, Ferris. Say hi to Ferris, chat. Okay. Every object in this video is one silly sci-fi. Imagine taking a time machine back to 1750. Let me turn the music back on. Boop. The world was in a permanent power outage. Long distance communication meant yelling loudly, and transportation ran on hay. When you get there, you retrieve a dude, bring him to 2015, and then walk him around and watch him react to everything. It's impossible for us to understand what it would be like for him to see shiny capsules racing by on a highway, talk to people who had been on the other side of the ocean earlier in the day, watch sports that were being played 1,000 miles away, hear a musical performance that happened 50 years ago, and play with my magical wizard rectangle that he could use to capture a real-life image or record a living moment, generate a map with a paranormal moving blue dot that shows him where he is, look at someone's face and chat with them, even though they're on the other side of the country, and worlds of other inconceivable sorcery. This is all before you shown the internet or explained things like the International Space Station, the Large Hadron Collider, nuclear weapons, or general relativity. This experience for him wouldn't be surprising or shocking or even mind-blowing. Those words aren't big enough. He might actually die. But here's the interesting thing. If he went back to 1750 and got jealous that we got to see his reaction and decided he wanted to try the same thing, he'd take the time machine and go back the same distance. Get someone from around the year 1500, bring them to 1750 and show him everything. And the 1500 guy would be shocked by a lot of things, but he wouldn't die. It would be far less of an insane experience for him, because while 1500 and 1750 were very different, they were much less different than 750 to 2015. Right? And this is something we're going to touch on later. If you stay for the long video portion of the episode, we're going to watch the first episode of Connections. And you'll begin to see the relevancy of this type of thinking and why I believe and why others believe that this double exponential technological curve will continue. Right? This is a graph. Okay, and again, GDP is not necessarily the best tool with which to talk about things, but this is the one that we have, right? This is total output of the world economy adjusted for inflation and expressed in international dollars in 2011 prices. So, right, and this is before 2015, and then you can see it's basically a straight line, and then once it hits 1500, it begins to arc upwards, and then once it gets way too close to where we are now, it arcs skyward. And people view themselves that like progress is linear, right? They have a very difficult time incorporating the way a massive shift like this can happen over a very short period of time. And I still have to look into this, but there's something out here called LongNet. It's a transformer variant that can scale sequence length to more than 1 billion tokens. 1 billion tokens is a lifetime of reading for some people. Intuition Pump, you're going to hold a few numbers in your working memory, but imagine if you could fit everything you've ever read. Our work opens up new possibilities of modeling very long sequences, ergo even the entire internet as a sequence. Imagine if you could hold the entire internet in your working memory. Now there are some here. Like these are the transformers that we're talking about, and then this is the difference. Even if you don't understand what any of this stuff means, you do understand that this at least looks an awful lot like this, right? And yes, correlation is not causation, but when things look similar, it's worth taking another look at them. All right, that's Twitter. That's Twitter. All right, so this is what we're going to do. I organized our news into just wild shit. Then we're going to get into existential dread. And then we're going to get into existential complaints. Then we're going to do authoritarian responses. We're going to end off with hopium, and I have a whole bunch of hopium. So this was special. Memory smuggler caught with hundreds of SSD drives taped to waist. The memory smuggler sounds like something an AI trained on award winning literary fantasy novels would come up with, but it's actually this man who tried to mule 420 sticks of M.2 SSD storage strapped to his waist into China from Macau. The chips were valued at $33,000, about $80 each, by authorities, but the total in terabytes wasn't announced. Now we looked before about the coming issues that between the United States and China as part of their trade war. This is somebody trying to capitalize off that. Functionally, there's no difference between this and drug smuggling. There are people at the other end of this pipeline who want what this person is bringing across, whether it's for themselves to profit from or whether they have another, someone who is putting up the money and putting forth the structure. But this is the world that we're looking at when we have these issues of trade. There was another one where 70 graphics cards among 617 pounds of live lobster, 84 SSDs inside a scooter. And yeah, expect to see more of this kind of stuff in the future. Especially because it's good for news because it's clickbait, right? The 825 terabytes. There you go. Netflix of all people invents new green screen filming method using magenta light. A faster and more accurate method for putting footage of actors in different backgrounds allows directors to see how their shots will appear as they film them. And green screen technology. Accuracy, In a bid to create a technique that is both fast and accurate, Netflix has come up with a method it calls magenta green screen. Actors are filmed against a background of bright green LEDs while being lit from the front with red and blue ones, which together create a magenta glow. Oh, we got a video. I'm not even paying attention. So that's neat. more new green screen technology. I don't know if I would want to say, even though like my lighting already kind of has that, but there's a plant light over here that I use, both to light the plant and also, it kind of works in this space. But it's interesting. It is interesting. Is it profound? I don't know. But I gotta fix something real quick. That will be why. Okay, so we want this here, and that's there. Okay, that should be fixed. Doesn't matter so far, but people watching the VOD will be confused if there's no music. There's a problem with the method. Because the foreground is only recorded in blue and red, it leaves the actors looking magenta tinted. To solve this, and Netflix uses artificial intelligence to put the full range of color back into the foreground using a photograph of the actors lit normally as a reference to create a realistic looking green channel. This AI works quickly, but not yet in real time, although fast techniques such as averaging the red and blue channels to create an approximation of a green channel work effectively enough for the director to monitor while filming. And finally, last of the so I read this headline and I saw this picture and I was like, okay, what's happening here? And then I read the first line of the article and that totally makes sense. Threads is the sensorial, fake woke corporate brand paradise right wingers thought Twitter was, and it's going to crush what Twitter has become. And there's a picture of Zuck sitting on a throne with Musk kneeling next to him or crouching next to him and his hand on his head. I'm happy with my headline, but I'm kind of tired today. So I just got ChatGPT to write the rest for me. Here goes. And that's it. Like, let's see how ChatGPT did. In an unexpected turn of events, Mark Zuckerberg, the renowned founder of Facebook, has launched Threads, a new social network that is poised to challenge Twitter's dominance in the realm of online discourse. As pundits and users alike scrutinize this latest venture, it becomes clear that Threads embodies the very attributes that right-wing commentators accuse Twitter of: a fake woke, brand-safe corporate paradise. Paradoxically, it is these very qualities that may grant Threads the upper hand in becoming the social media site of record. First and foremost, Threads exudes an aura of corporate sanitized progressivism. With meticulously curated user profiles emphasizing social justice causes and carefully crafted algorithms that foster a sense of inclusivity, the platform caters to the increasingly conscious consumer. This veneer of wokeness safeguards against potential backlash from activists and promotes a favorable image among users concerned about corporate responsibility. Threads cleverly walks the tightrope, blending advocacy with an eye towards maintaining brand safety. What up, Lenny? Greetings from west of Boston. How are we doing today? So yeah, I don't really care. I saw this section of it and figured I would bring it out here and I'll put it in the Discord and you can look at it. Now to the real stuff. Existential dread time. From American Military News, U.S. military giving...
Like any other shiny new toy, AI is ultimately a mirror, and it will reflect back exactly who we are.
Lenny... Lenny, should I go dig up the the Ghostbusters clip? No, I appreciate you, homie. Look at that. 11 months. 11 months. It's been almost a year, folks. A year of streaming. Holy cats. And Lenny was here from the beginning. I appreciate you, homie. And if you don't already, go follow Lenny's YouTube channel. Lenny's got his own command in chat and everything. So, you know how we talk about how you shouldn't give ChatGPT any sensitive information? Well, the U.S. military is giving artificial intelligence classified operation info. The U.S. Air Force is running successful tests of large language model artificial intelligence experiments amid concerns of military operations relying on artificial intelligence. According to Bloomberg, U.S. Air Force Colonel Matthew Strohmeyer, the Air Force has successfully executed a large language model experiment with artificial intelligence for the first time, after years of using only data-based exercises with artificial intelligence under the U.S. Department of Defense. It was highly successful, he said. It was very fast. We are learning that this is possible for us to do. LLMs. 5 LLMs are reportedly being used in an 8-week exercise conducted by the Pentagon's Digital and AI Office, top military officials, and U.S. allies. While the Pentagon will not currently confirm which LLMs are being tested, a San Francisco-based company named Scale AI claims that its Donovan product is one of the 5 platforms being tested by the military. Strohmeyer noted that without the use of LLMs, an information request for a specific part of the U.S. military currently requires multiple hours or days, while one of the Pentagon's tests show that artificial intelligence can complete the information request within 10 minutes. That doesn't mean it's ready for prime time now, but we just did it live. We did it with secret level data, he says of the experiment, adding it could be deployed by the military in the very near term. I had Code Interpreter analyze and report findings on an Excel sheet with 500,000 entries this weekend. It gave me insights I've been trying to get for months from an internal team. It even gave me the code to do it again. It's no wonder why the military wants it. Exactly. I would like the military to not. I would like them to not. But they are going to. And all that notwithstanding, the point is, who is investing in it? Like, you will see people talk about how AI is not a big deal. It's a fad. It's not something, blah, blah, blah. Look at who is funding it. Everyone. I'm begging you, get out there. Start using the AI. Be the best in your company. Be the AI whisperer at the company that you work for. It is, like I pointed to in the, when we were looking at Twitter, right? Blue check, right? Everybody's a blue check. I got James on my timeline talking about unfollow blue checks on site. People I respect, right? And within the space. Homozygo, James, other people. They're just, block blue checks on site. The only people talking about artificial intelligence besides yours truly are blue checks. What is a boy to do? Right? So it's not just for me. I just need people who think like me, or at least think in similar veins to me, to be, you know. But do you get the same AI news that I get? You tell me. I could be wrong. I could be blowing this out of proportion. I just know what I've seen, and that's what I have to go off of. I just need more like-minded people in the spaces doing the AI, talking about the AI, building the AI, all these things. Call to action, organize, all the words that you need to hear. I'm asking for it within this space because the AI is going to transform everything, and the AI is going to be the thing. Plus, I usually look at Twitter on my phone, and I don't know if I could use an extension like Blue Blocker on my phone anyway. Oh, la, 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 la. To demonstrate a potential military generative artificial intelligence experience, Bloomberg provided Scale AI's Donovan platform with 60,000 pages of open source information, including both U.S. and Chinese military documents. Asked whether the United States would be able to adequately address a potential conflict in Taiwan and whether the United States or China would win in a war, the artificial intelligence platform noted direct U.S. intervention with ground, air, and naval forces would probably be necessary. Yeah, so there's little consensus in military circles regarding the outcome of a potential military conflict between U.S. and China over Taiwan. I'm going to give you some, as a historian, an amateur historian, and an amateur military historian, and someone who has done a lot of wargaming. If the Chinese wanted to take Taiwan, they would have to take the entire island within a couple of days. And it's a thing called a fait accompli, right? Would it be worth it to try, for the United States military to try and leverage the Chinese military out of Taiwan once they had already taken the island? And that's really the only question that matters, because that's what the Chinese would have to do. If they don't take the entire island, then you leave open spaces where, like, the American Navy is significantly more powerful in that regard than the Chinese Navy. And then they would just land forces on the parts of the island still under Taiwanese control, then use that as a point by which to take the rest of the island, and their military, the Navy would sweep the seas of any Chinese ships and Chinese aircraft. That's how it would go. So that's what we're talking about. Back to AI. Boy needs a new vape. AI is a tragedy of the commons. We've got solutions for that. I don't like. No, these are single use, multiple charge joints, which I hate because of the wasted plastic, which is why I have an accumulation of them happening in a drawer. They don't leak. They're incredibly convenient. They always give me, significant. It's just like, and I'm in the worst case scenario is that I both smoke cigarettes and vape. I just vape, in indoors, and I smoke cigarettes out of doors, and I just love to smoke cigarettes. I know it sounds weird and everything else, but I do. Yeah, that is the problem. But like going the other route with the non-single use products leads you into situations where you get leaky oil all over the place, and like I need AI to invent me the good vape. That's what I need. I don't like when people use. What up, Professor Q? Actually, I'm giving you hopium in a little bit. We got some downside to go through, but then we're gonna do some hopium. So strap in. Um, I hate when people use tragedy of the commons because I never know what definition of tragedy of the commons that they are using. The common usage one, which is like a piece of capitalist propaganda that people will misuse, a common area, or the actual one, which is that people attempting to exploit what they were able to maximize their profits under capitalism are what led to the tragedy of the commons. I hate it. It needs to be retired. It just doesn't work anymore because people are getting two different definitions out of the same term, and therefore it lacks utility. Arms race is the wrong mental model for AI. Here's a better one. I agree. Arms race is the problem. You probably heard AI progress described as a classic arms race. The basic logic is that if you don't race forward on on making advanced AI, someone else will. Probably someone more reckless and less safety conscious. So, better that you should build a super intelligent machine than let the other guy cross the finish line first. In American discussions, the other guy is usually China. But as I've written before, this isn't an accurate portrayal of the AI situation. There's no one finish line because AI is not just one thing with one purpose, like the atomic bomb. It's more general purpose technology like electricity. Plus, if your lab takes the time to iron out some of the AI safety issues, other labs may take those improvements on board, which would benefit everyone. And as AI impacts lead researcher Katja Grace noted in Time, in the classic arms race, a party could always theoretically get ahead and win, but with AI, the winner may be advanced AI itself if it's unaligned with our goals and harms us. This can make rushing the losing move. I think it's more accurate to view the AI situation as a tragedy of the commons. That's what ecologists and economists call a situation where lots of actors have access to a finite valuable resource and overuse it so much that they destroy it for everyone. I will accept this definition. A perfect example of a commons, the capacity of Earth's atmosphere to absorb greenhouse gas emissions without tipping the climate disaster. Any individual company can argue that it's pointless for them to use less of that capacity. Someone else will just use it instead, and yet every actor acting in their rational self-interest, give me them bunny ears, ruins the whole planet. This is that Moloch problem, and again, I hate the word Moloch, but it's what people in the space refer to it. AI is like that. The commons here is society's capacity to absorb the impacts of AI without tipping into disaster. Any one company can argue that it would be pointless to limit how much or how fast they deploy the increasingly advanced AI. If OpenAI doesn't do it, it'll just be Google or Baidu, the argument goes. But if every company acts like that, the societal result could be tragedy. Tragedy sounds bad. Yes. But framing AI as a tragedy of the commons should actually make you feel optimistic because researchers have found solutions to this type of problem. In fact, political science, Elinor Ostrom won a Nobel Prize in Economics in 2009 for doing exactly that. So let's dig into her work and see how it can help us think about AI in a more solutions focused way. In a 1968 essay in Science, the ecologist Garrett Hardin popularized the idea of the tragedy of the commons. He argued that humans compete so hard for resources that they ultimately destroy them. Okay. You have to define the terms under which you are speaking for that kind of thing. Like, as I've already said, I won't belabor the point anymore. The only ways to avoid that are total government control or total privatization. No. Maybe now, yes. Maybe now, yes. But it didn't have to be like this. Ostrom didn't buy it. Studying communities from Switzerland to the Philippines, she found example after example of people coming together to successfully manage a shared resource. Thank you, Eleanor. Like a pasture. Ostrom discovered that communities can and do avert the tragedy of the commons, especially when they embrace 8 core design principles. Clearly define the community managing the resource, ensure that the rules reasonably balance between using the resource and maintaining it, involve everyone who is affected by the rules in the process of writing the rules, establish mechanisms to monitor resource use and behavior, create an escalating series of sanctions for rule breakers, establish a procedure for resolving any conflicts that arise, make sure the authorities recognize the community's right to organize and set rules, encourage the formation of multiple governance structures at different scales to allow for different levels of decision making. Sounds good? So how can we use these principles to figure out what AI governance should look like? Actually, people are already pushing for some of these principles in relation to AI. So pushing for some of a thing can, I don't want to say can make the problem worse, but like, often when you're setting up a structure, you have to set up the whole of the structure, because if you don't set up the whole of the structure, things will exploit that which you did not set up, right? Like, had capitalism in its, early days had a firm hand of, elected representatives whose job it was to rein in capitalism, to regulate the capitalism, had that been how it had been birthed and how it grew up, then capitalism would have a completely different form now, right? Like, if we incorporated within its origins the idea of a taxation system that would give back to the people, the fact that you had to internalize the cost, the not existential cost, the you know what I'm talking about, the unpaid for costs of capitalism, then we would have a different world today, right? Like, we wouldn't have run up necessarily against the climate issues that we experience today had we not allowed it to be structured the way that it is. And what we did do was some of that, right? And this is my issue with people are already pushing for some of these principles. You really have to, like, figure out what your framework is and then institute the entirety of the framework. Many have argued that AI governance should start with tracking the chips used to train frontier AI models. Writing in Asterisk magazine, Avital Balwit outlined a potential governance regime. The basic elements involved in tracking the location of advanced AI chips and then requiring anyone using large numbers of them to prove that the models they train meet certain standards for safety and security. Again, I'm not sure that you can do that. Right? Not only for this reason, right? But this just doesn't seem plausible that you could execute that as a process. Others are noting that AI companies need to face legal liability if they release a system into the world that creates harm. I wonder, to borrow a joke from Professor Q, I wonder who they sued when Skynet went online. Oh. And despite the chorus of tech execs claiming they need to rush ahead with AI lest they lose to China, you will find nuanced thinkers arguing that we need international coordination, much like what we ultimately achieved with nuclear non-proliferation. Agreed. People are already applying some of Ostrom's thinking, perhaps without realizing it. Why is it important to explicitly note the connection to Ostrom? Two reasons. One is that we're not applying all her principles yet. Okay, you got there. Excellent. The other is this: stories matter. I said that we are a storytelling species. Stories matter. Myths matter. AI companies love the narrative of AI as an arms race. It justifies their rush to market, but it leaves us all in a pessimistic stance. There's power in telling ourselves a different story, that AI is a potential tragedy of the commons, but that tragedy is only potential and we have the power to avert it. Okay. Not a great article, but good and like the story of the bobbleheads. Which one is the story of the bobbleheads? Or am I missing an internet joke? Next. Photographers are getting obsessed with AI. What's wrong with using our own intelligence? AI seems to be solving a load of photographic problems that I already knew how to solve. So we've got AI generative fill, AI masking, and AI sky replacement. We've got AI AF with AI subject recognition and tracking, AI image keywording, and AI cameras that don't have lenses and simply generate an image based on your location information, the time of day, and weather. It seems the best photo editing software is nothing with a hefty injection of AI. The best mirrorless cameras need AI subject recognition just to be taken seriously. Is there anything that AI can't do? Probably not. Is there anything we can't do without AI? Now, there's a more interesting question, because all of the examples above are things we've long been able to do using existing tools and a degree of skill, dexterity, and the intelligence, in all caps, we already have. I put that word in capitals because it seems to me that in a frenzy of excitement over the apparently limitless potential of AI, we're forgetting that human beings are abundantly equipped with intelligence of our own. We might not always like the effort of using it. It sometimes takes us in directions we never intended, and it sometimes gets us into trouble, but isn't all of that more exciting than having a bunch of neural networks and algorithms do our thinking for us? This is an example of someone identifying things in a certain set of terms, which are not necessarily the certain set of terms that are really being, looked at. Like, what is the real question being asked, right? Is like, why do I need voice dialing when I have thumbs or fingers and I can just push the buttons? In this case, it's even an additional step because some of this technology allows the artificial intelligence to view the outside world in a different way. Story of the Bobbleheads is a myth from northern St. Louis. It's a story about family inbreeding. Ooh. Okay. Well, that's wild. I'm just gonna leave that one. If that's okay. Like there are a couple thoughts come to mind. One, yes, you can absolutely learn the skills, have the dexterity to use a camera, which you also must have the funding to use the camera in order to create photography. 100%. Right? But a bunch of this stuff opens up opportunities for people who don't necessarily have the time or don't necessarily have the dexterity to do that. And you automatically carve those people out of the discussion. And then what happens next is that you attack those people who bring this up, like myself, that that I'm using those people as a prop in order to just explain my love of AI or my hatred of real photographers or whatever straw man you want to put up in that. As opposed to the actuality of it is that I believe in large talent pools, and large talent pools means more people doing the thing over a shorter period of time at a particular level of competency. And nobody's saying that you can't use your goddamn camera. Nobody's saying that you can't do that. The only concern that comes up, the only real concern that I can identify is the one that has to do with, oh, Jesus Christ, I just realized you're not looking at the thing. I even have a monitor right here for me to do that. I'm reading stuff, but you're not watching the screen. I'm podcast to you. I understand. Anyways, you get where I'm going because I've been there 1,000 times. Now, I know that the photographic industry is getting very worked up over the potential of all the tools mentioned above, but a lot of this is potential for profit rather than creativity. If AI can sell new cameras and new software, then we can expect to see a lot more of it. Like, how do you take pictures if not with the camera? But while AI-driven subject recognition and AI tracking is far stickier than old-school pattern color-based tracking systems, those old technologies still work. And the number of times you actually need the camera to identify and track subject types will depend heavily on the work you do. Not every photo is a portrait or an albatross or a leaping hound or an airplane, and when it's not, the AI may often make the wrong guess about what you want because not every photograph can be reduced to a simple, obvious subject. This person has opinions, yo. What bothers me is not that AI exists or that it is in some way evil or deceitful, but that we are also quick to abandon our own judgment and skill and thinking power in favor of tech that promises to do it for us. The legendary inventor Thomas Alva Edison, speaking of thinking power and not looking into the history of the legendary inventor Thomas Alva Edison, there is no expedient to which a person will not go in order to avoid the labor of thinking. Okay. More opinion pieces from Rod Lawton. I can't understand how taking photos got so complicated. I finally accepted camera metering systems are all past their use-by date. I'm told the optical viewfinder is dead. We did that. It's our fault. I remember the APS-C ruled the photography world. Like, as the original old man who yells at clouds on Twitch. More on the these two authors who are suing OpenAI. AI has yet to produce a masterpiece, but already sucking our souls dry. It may yet. That is a very awkward headline, but go off. No, I don't, because I can do it later. Thank you. Yeah, with authors claiming OpenAI breached their copyright, they're taking them to court for allegedly ingesting their books to refine its generative capabilities. It seems writers' work is being used as anonymous mulch to feed the artificial intelligence sausage machine so it can poop out existentially threatening, nutritionless, virtual fake chipolatas to replace us. Oh, I love people with opinions. Oh, I went on to one of these sites, typed in a story idea, and clicked generate. The resulting yarn includes the lines, "We took a school trip to the moon, our first trip there. The other students were at home or on other planets. And the vampire stood in front of me and looked into my eyes. I felt the chill, a chill that went to my toes." One can laugh, but much of what we put online is being harvested by AI, from our photographs to our Instagram captions. AI is ingesting, scanning, scraping, ripping, absorbing, mining, assimilating. It's the language of consumption, colonization, and metabolization. It isn't quite there yet, but it will be soon, once our unthinkingly drafted casual messages have been used to mimic colloquial speech and iron out any roboticism and stilted dialogue. In the meantime, I'll be working on my masterpiece, Moon Vampires. I want to ask each and every one of these idiots, if a box could magically produce food from button presses, would you weep for the farmer? Yeah. But there's no craft in farming, right? It's just that doesn't count. That doesn't matter. A dispute has burst into toxic bloom over at Salisbury City Council, and it involves whinging over two very similar things. Instead of having individual hanging baskets. What in the fuck? Okay. All right. So this is the extent of this article right? This is an entirely separate article about plants. And then this is an article about Pink, the singer. I'm gonna back away slowly. I'm gonna back away slowly. How we can did we do this one? I don't know. Again, yeah. Like this is this your like? This is what my readers care about, right? They care about how AI is coming for the authors, how conservative counselor Eleanor Willis is going off about plants and something about Pink and just I'm not even reading it. I'm backing away slowly. Backing away. How we can teach children so they survive AI and cope with whatever comes next. Like the framing, again, the framing. Survive and cope. From one day to the next, our profession was wiped out. We woke up and discovered our skills were redundant. This is what two successful graphic designers told me about the impact of AI. From one day to the next, our profession was wiped out. We woke up and discovered our skills were redundant. This is what two successful blacksmiths told me about the impact of cars. The old promise, creative workers would be better protected than others from mechanization, imploded overnight. That's agreed. If visual artists can be replaced by machines, who is safe? There's no talks of a just transition for graphic designers or the other professions about to be destroyed. And there should be. Like, I completely agree with that. I literally want to rework the entire system from top to bottom so that they don't die. Instead of your little band-aids that we're going to have to deal with in another year because those band-aids don't work, they just continue to like prevent us from seeping blood that much faster. And while there's plenty of talk about how education might change, little has been done to equip students for a world whose conditions shift so fast. It's not just at work that young people will confront sudden changes of state. They are also likely to witness cascading environmental breakdown and the collapse of certain human-made systems. Why are we so unprepared? Why do we manage our lives so badly? Like, right here, the answer is in the question, right? Like, why are we so adept at material innovation, but so inept at creating a society in which everyone can thrive? I'm looking forward to your answer to any of these questions whenever you want to get into it. Why do we rush to bail out the banks but standing gawp when our systems collapse? Why do we permit psychopaths to govern us? Why do blatant lies spread like wildfire? Why are we better at navigating work relationships than intimate ones? Because work relationships have a very specific structure and are very surface level. That's an easy one. What is lacking in our education that leaves such chasms in our lives? The word educate. Okay. I don't claim to have definitive answers. I'm just asking questions. I'm going to have a hot take here. I'm fucking sick of writers and artists thinking they are gods among men. This is Old Lobster. So add Old Lobster. Hold up. Entertainment skills are just as important as math and sometimes physical labor, and both those have been machine automated for a long time. Yeah, it is. like I am generally more charitable, but I completely understand where you're coming from. The the idea is that, again, because I went through this myself, right? Like, as an artist, as a creator of new and unique things, um I thought my position was safe from the robots. And instead, the robots flanked us and came for us first. I adapted. Other people, for whatever reason, this is not a judgment, this is a description, right? For whatever reason, other people either are unwilling or unable to adapt to that paradigm. That's what it comes down to. Again, I firmly believe that human created art will have value to people who value human created art. There's no reason why that would change. What the issue is that you are being cut out of your place in capitalism. If you are getting cut out of your place in capitalism, under those circumstances, again, there is a long line of people who have been cut out of their place in capitalism, and we need to readdress the system, not only for your benefit as an artist, but also for all of the other people whose jobs are going to be impacted by AI. If you don't feel as strongly for defending the rights of the call center worker as you do for the artist's right to create, then you are valuing one particular set of skills over another that can take the same amount of time to generate. You know that you have talked to a customer service agent at some point in time in your life who is very good at their job. They make you feel heard. They make you feel like respected. You feel like they are there to fix the problem under which, you are currently suffering, right? They make it smooth and painless, and they know how to operate the system that does the thing, right? That is a skill that is learned over time. It is both a physical, a technical, and knowledge-based skill. All the same things that can apply to someone who does art. All right, so this person doesn't have answers, but believes certain principles would help. They seem to be like generally on the same side. I could probably have a conversation with them. I'm just going to throw this in the Discord bin and move on because it's already almost 6:30 and we still have a ways to go. AI firms we're under authoritarian response. We're almost done, and then we'll get to the hopium, okay? This is Yuval Noah Harari. We watched a video from them on Friday, or a video from someone else about them where they were talking. AI firms should face prison over creation of fake humans, says Yuval Noah Harari. Sapiens author tells Geneva Summit proliferation of fake people on social media could lead to collapse of democracy. Okay. Let's read a little more and then we'll okay? The creators of AI bots that masquerade as people should face harsh criminal sentences comparable to those who trade in counterfeit currency. He also called for sanctions, including prison sentences, to apply to tech company executives who failed to guard against fake profiles on their social media platforms. Addressing the UN's AI for Good Global Summit in Geneva, the author of Sapiens and Homo, I'm pretty sure that's Homo Deus, not Home Deus, said the proliferation of fake humans could lead to a collapse in public trust in democracy. Like, welcome to what all of us in the trenches already know, but thanks for showing up. Now it's possible for the first time in human history to create fake people, billions of fake people. This is allowed. What up, Barkeeter J? This is allowed to happen and will do to society what fake money threatened to do to the financial system. If you can't know who is a real human, trust will collapse. Maybe relationships will be able to manage somehow, but not democracy. What happens if you have a social media platform where millions of bots can create content that is in many ways superior to what humans can create, more convincing, more appealing? If we allow this to happen, then humans have completely lost control of the public conversation. Democracy will become completely unworkable. It is literally that way. Go on Twitter. I'm begging you, just make a fresh account on Twitter and type in any of the hot keywords or look in the trending tab. Okay? I mean, and I have concerns, right? Like, on how this level of power, this level of authoritarian power would be used. I don't disagree that bots aren't a problem, right? I watch very smart people argue with first name bunch of numbers on Twitter because they didn't check the handle, or I don't even know what half y'all are doing. Like, I want to assume that people are like being tricked when they argue with goofies and bots, but at the same time, like, I understand the nature of the attention economy and like how you might want to do that to drive some kind of engagement and things like that. I don't even know. It's just wild. And it's everybody. It's literally everybody. Not literally everybody, but figuratively, literally everybody. I don't care. I don't care what political leanings you have. I have watched people of similar political leanings engage in the exact same behavior as their ideological opponents. It's just, in this case, I don't have to read all this information. I only have to read this particular part, which is being pushed to the forefront of the conversation and is the point that I want to debate and argue and talk about, right? And leaving aside the entire idea that this entire subject matter that is being discussed is like, it's not public discourse, it's public gossip. And like, just put it the fuck down. But I understand the attention economy. I do. So it's not what I do. In order to post online, you must include your government papers during sign up for your town square. Yeah, like, I accidentally used my I have multiple email addresses depending on what facet of my life I am interacting with. And I went to log into TikTok with the wrong email address, and it was like, we're not sure if you're old enough to have a TikTok account, which was weird. And then we need a picture of your government ID, and I'm like, that's gonna be a no from me, dog. Like, for multiple reasons. Like, we're not doing that. But yeah, like, you know what you could do? You could have the social media yeah, the social media companies. I'm 100% serious. 100% serious. As much as you can trust me, as like, I am not going to tell you stories that didn't happen. Like, that's what happened. I logged in with the wrong email address, and that was the process, and I was like, it was wild. Is Parler still a thing? I thought Yi was supposed to buy Parler, and then all that. Again, all that. You know what that is? That is not shit I want to talk about. That is in the all that box. So yeah. Anyways, moving on. Hopium time. 5 ways AI could improve the world. We can cure all diseases, stabilize our climate, halt poverty. This is the stuff I want to hear. It's not yet clear how the power and possibility of AI will play out. Here are the best case scenarios for how it might help us develop new drugs, give up dull jobs, and live long, healthy lives. One, more intelligence will lead to better everything. And in regards to the intelligence, because intelligence seems to be one of those words that sets people off, right? Like, because they always have their particular benchmarks that AI has to achieve in order to be intelligent. But capability was floated, actually, hold on a second. And I have to bring us back over here, because it's Twitter, and there is always the potential to see something TOS on Twitter when you're scrolling. Here it is. If you dislike the word intelligence, consider replacing it with problem-solving ability. And I like that, right? Problem-solving ability, I think, avoids the knee-jerk reactions that people have to using the term intelligence. In 1999, I predicted that computers would pass the Turing test and be indistinguishable from human beings by 2029. This is Steve Rose. Or this is interviews by Steve Rose. Oh, this is Ray Kurzweil. Okay, it sounded familiar. Stanford University found that alarming and organized an international conference. Experts came from all over the world. They mostly agreed that it would happen, but not in 30 years, in 100 years. This poll has been taken every year since 1999. My guess has remained 2029, and the consensus view of AI experts is now also 2029. Yeah, so this is a Ray Kurzweil. If you know Ray Kurzweil, this is what he says. Everything's going to improve. We will be able to cure cancer and heart disease and so on using simulated biology and extend our lives. The average life expectancy was 30 in 1800. It was 48 in 1900. It's now pushing 80. Kind of fallen off, but I still get your point. I predict that we'll reach longevity escape velocity by 2029. Now, as you go forward a year, you're using up a year of your longevity. Welcome back, Lenny. But you're actually getting back about 3 or 4 months from scientific progress. So actually, you haven't lost a year, you've lost 8 or 9 months. By 2029, you'll get back that entire year from scientific progress. As we go past 2029, you'll actually get back more than a year. So this is one of the things that he talks about in relation to, and other people. I've touched on the idea of like immortality as a potential possibility. Ray is very into it. A lot of billionaires and other wealthy types are into it. The psychology behind why they are into it and why I am into it are different. They, some of them, at least, I am confident in saying, fear death. Either because they will no longer be alive or that they are, being bad people and could be subject to the penalties involved in their own personal religions. There's a variety of different reasons around fear of death for some of these people. I just want to not die. I feel like it's a mug's game. Like I don't see the point. I might drift off at some future state, but there's a whole bunch of stuff to do, and I haven't done barely any of it yet. So that's me. We can use AI tools right now to help fight climate change. Everyone wants a silver bullet to solve climate change. Unfortunately, there isn't one, but there are a lot of ways AI can help fight climate change. Well, there's no single big thing that AI will do, and there are many medium-sized things. The first role AI can play in climate action is distilling raw data into useful information. Literally what my man Old Lobster is talking about is exactly that, and he is capable of doing it on a small scale. If 500,000 entries is a small scale, at home on his own device. For example, taking satellite imagery and picking out where deforestation is happening, how biodiversity is changing, where coastal communities are at risk from flooding. These kind of tools are already starting to be used by organizations around the world, from the UN to insurance companies, and working to scale them up and improve them. Did you notice that over the past 6 months, insurance companies have decided that some insurance companies have decided that they are not going to operate in Florida and California anymore? Funny that, right? Like, this is one of those things where, like, we have gone so far with an idea, and, like, some of my leftist online people will use that. Oh yeah, you didn't know this, Professor Q? We'll use it like as they love to beat what's his name? DeSantis over the head with it. Insurance company no policy Florida. Let's try that. Boom. Farmers Insurance has stopped writing Florida policies. Here's why. And this was in February. In Florida especially, we've seen a mix of unique challenges, and catastrophe costs are at historically high levels. Housing prices are increasing, and inventory supply and demand, lumber prices, and cost of labor are contributing to the increase. These issues are also increasing the cost of claims, which in turn drives down profitability. There's supposed to be news about what the state of Florida is going to bring and whether farmers is going to stay or go and what they're going to do with agents. And I believe State Farm also is on board with this. This is from less than a month ago. Much a program and insurance companies bailing out of states. Yep. Property insurance crisis disrupting Florida real estate market as buyers struggle to get policies. Only 47 companies offering property insurance in state, and half are on watch list. Zinn knows what it's like to search for a new property insurance company, anticipating a 40 to 50% increase in her premium when her policy renews again this year. But it's not only homeowners experiencing property insurance barriers, not on auto insurance, just home insurance. Yeah. So like this is a thing, and these tools are part of that. Now, if we were an intelligent species, we would use these markers to indicate that there is a serious problem that needs to be addressed. Multiple problems, actually. One, how are people going to live in case of catastrophe that wipes out their house or other forms of structure that they might use that which they live in? On top of that, what is causing this scenario and what should be done about that? But we stop at that first level, or we dunk on DeSantis and how terrible everything is down in Florida, and an entire sector of capitalism just can't function in America's wang. It's a dire warning about living there. Yeah, like, and the Make America Florida hat is like just grabbed a whole new meaning. The second role is optimization of complicated systems, such as the heating and cooling systems in a building, where there are many controls that an algorithm can operate efficiently. Smart thermostats have become mainstream in our homes. Now we're starting to see that for skyscrapers and factories. Many companies are improving energy efficiency, and there's a lot of progress still to be made. And this is the thing, like, I don't have a number. My sample size is problematic, whatever caveat you need, but a lot of people don't know how to run their thermostat. You know, they think when the house gets hot, you crank up the AC for a short amount of time, and then you turn it back down, turn it off again until it gets too hot. When in actuality, maintaining a temperature is easier to do and is more cost effective. And the same is the inverse is with heating. Like, this is the same thing you want to do. Now, there are a variety of other caveats, and your mileage may vary, and I'm not saying that, like, you know, the difference in that pricing could be weird for you. My mom still doesn't understand that you're not cooling the air but the things, yeah. Like, you know what's a great way that you can help lower your electric bill is if you like are a weekly shopper or a bi-weekly shopper, and you find that your refrigerator is getting more and more empty over time as you head towards shopping day, fill bottles of water and put them in your fridge. The more full your fridge is, or freezer, the cooler it will stay and the less electricity it will use. A full fridge is cheaper to cool than a empty fridge. It sounds weird, but it's true. And plus, it's summertime, you got chilled water ready to go. And if you don't use it, you can just take the water out and nothing is lost, right? You can use it to water your plants. You can water your plants outside. You can water yourself. You can water your pets. There's a variety of reasons. You should do your best to occupy as much space in that box as possible. Another thing is if you have the ability to acquire cast iron pans, keep a cast iron pan in your oven. And when you heat up the oven, when you do your preheat and you open the door and you let all that heat out, that cast iron pan is going to retain a bunch of that heat. So it's going to take a much shorter time to get back up to that temperature and a much shorter cost to you to do such a thing. This is the same process on two different items. Just know there's water vapor in your oven. It will rush the shit out of that pan. Like, I'm just like, people might be more comfortable with having a pan, and like we could like I would argue that a properly seasoned cast iron pan will be just fine in the oven, but I think we're quibbling over things. Old Lobster recommends bricks. I say a cast iron pan is fine. Wall warts are parasitic. What is a wall wart? I'm missing context there. I have two cast iron pans. Are you talking about like a DC outlet? The DC plug for some of your devices? The next theme is forecasting. AI can't predict something big picture like what's going to happen to the economy. But forecasts make sense for narrow problems with lots of data, such as what the power demand is going to be at a particular time, or what power is going to be available based on the sun and the wind, forecasting how a storm is going to move, or the productivity of crops based on the weather. And see, like, I feel like a lot of what you said here actually would go into analyzing this thing, but you seem well intentioned. The fourth theme is speeding up scientific simulation, such as in climate and weather modeling. We have really good climate models, but sometimes it can take months to run, even on supercomputers, and that is an obstacle. We understand climate change very well, but that doesn't mean we know exactly what is going to happen at each point. So having faster climate models can aid local and regional responses. I don't want to see your rusty ass. Like, learn to season your cast iron. There's going to be an amazing revolution in healthcare, and that was with David Rolnick, assistant professor at McGill University School of Computer Science. Okay, but do you see the operative term here? I just left it there since I couldn't be bothered to reseason it. Operator error. Thank you. End of class. There's going to be an amazing revolution in healthcare. There's a rapid transformation in the pharmaceutical industry and university research. Like we talked with Corey Campbell about this, right? you do you, boo. Discover new molecules, drugs. AI could radically accelerate the process of technological process itself. This is the double exponential technological curve. This is what I'm talking about, baby. No, I don't. I don't use cast iron. I use cast iron for specific purposes. I just keep mine seasoned. Unlike some people, we can flourish not for the next election cycle, but for billions of years. The positive optimistic scenario is that we responsibly develop superintelligence in a way that allows us to control it and benefit from it. The control part is, I think, more hopeful than many people assume. There's a field of computer science called formal verification, where you come up with a rigorous mathematical proof that a program is always going to do what it's supposed to do. You can, okay, get to the point. We can cure all diseases, stabilize our climate, eliminate poverty, etc. We can flourish not just for the next election cycle, but for billions of years. We have been on this planet for more than 100,000 years, and most of the time we have been like a leaf blowing around in the wind, without much control of our destiny. This is Max Tegmark. Max Tegmark has a penchant for the poetic, which is not to say that he's wrong. I just need to understand his perceptions of Elon Musk. From MIT, learning the language of molecules to predict their properties. This AI system only needs a small amount of data to predict molecular properties, which could speed up drug discovery and material development. This is from 3 days ago. Right? And this is different than AlphaFold 2. This is part of the IBM Watson AI lab. And they have developed a new unified framework that can simultaneously predict molecular properties and generate new molecules much more efficiently than these popular deep learning approaches. To teach a machine, training. We're still at a point where everyone has to like. And this is why I skim the articles, because a lot of it contains stuff that if you've been here, you already know this thing, and I don't like. It takes long enough as it is. The system created by the MIT researchers can effectively predict molecular properties using only a small amount of data. Their system has an underlying understanding of the rules that dictate how building blocks combine to produce valid molecules. These rules capture the similarities between molecular structures, which help the system generate new molecules and predict their properties in a data-efficient manner. The method outperformed other machine learning approaches on both small and large data sets and was able to accurately predict molecular properties and generate viable molecules when given a data set with fewer than 100 samples. Smaller and smaller models, man, means more and more proliferation. Well, that's good news. What else we got? MIT scientists build a system that can generate AI models for biology research. BioAutomated, an open source automated machine learning platform, aims to help democratize artificial intelligence for research labs. BioAutomated is an automated machine learning system that can select and build an appropriate model for a given data set and even take care of the laborious task of data pre-processing, whittling down a months-long process to just a few hours. Faster models. Faster training. We have smaller models, we have faster models, more proliferation of these models. Automated machine learning Systems are still in a relatively nascent stage of development, with current usage primarily focused on image and text recognition, but largely unused in subfields of biology. The fundamental language of biology is based on sequences. Biological sequences such as DNA, RNA, proteins, and glycans have the amazing informational property of being intrinsically standardized, like an alphabet. A lot of AutoML tools were developed for text, so it made sense to extend it to biological sequences. Moreover, most AutoML tools can only explore and build reduced type models, but you can't really know from the start of a project which model will be best for your dataset. By incorporating multiple tools under one umbrella tool, we really allow a much larger search space than any individual AutoML tool could achieve its own. If you want another example of this, Hugging Face, right? Hugging Face is the AI for AIs, right? Like it chooses which particular model to run based on what you're trying to make it do. This is that for biology. I'm surprised it took this long. More MIT. When computer vision works more like a brain, it sees more like people do. Training artificial neural networks with data from real brains can make computer vision more robust. And remember, robust is like more good, more better. Researchers led by Professor James DiCarlo have made a computer vision model more robust by training it and to work like a part of the brain that humans and other primates rely on for object recognition. This May, at the International Conference on Learning Representations, the team reported that when they trained an artificial neural network using neural activity patterns in the brain's inferior temporal cortex, the artificial neural network was more robustly able to identify objects in images than a model that lacked that neural training. And the model's interpretations of images more closely matched what humans saw, even when images included minor distortions that made the task more difficult. And, like, I would like to see this applied to the fMRI, the experiments where they give people a video or pictures to look at and then have Stable Diffusion interpret those pictures after processing through the fMRI. I wonder if this would have any, because it's literally looking at something, if that would help it do better, make it more robust. What's next? Yes, Ferris, I'm waving my hands around. AI tools trace the body's link between the brain and behavior. Why it matters. The primary function of the brain is to produce behavior and help animals move through the world, but there are questions about how that happens, with ramifications for medicine and efforts to create artificial general intelligence. The body gives us a missing link between what the brain evolved to do and how it operates in the real world. You don't think without a body. Yes? A better understanding of the circuits of neurons involved in different behaviors could aid researchers trying to develop treatments and medicines for psychiatric and neurodegenerative diseases whose early symptoms can manifest as subtle changes in behavior. AI methods are increasingly being used to help scientists measure the behaviors of animals, a laborious task that typically involves researchers watching animals and tracking and annotating their movements. The tools, Sleep, Deep Lab Cut, and others, rely on deep neural networks and computer vision techniques called pose estimation that identify the joints of a body, the left knee, right shoulder, or tip of the tail, in an image or video and output them as coordinates in space. And that's what's going here. Like, it's identifying the wings, it's identifying the legs. You should have okay, so we got 9 points, 6 legs, 2 wings, and then this other point that indicates the head. And then there's another bit coming off here, which I'm sure has some technical purpose. Maybe even indicating right and left, something like that. So, but again, what did we see right here? Computer vision techniques. What did we just look at right here? Not that one. Not that one. This one. This is what I'm talking about with how the technology will help increase the technology, right? If it's using computer vision techniques, it's going to, at least in theory, benefit from these computer vision techniques that are an improvement on previous computer vision techniques. And these are happening very quickly. AI decodes brain tumor DNA during surgery for real-time diagnosis. Charm is an AI tool capable of decoding a brain tumor's DNA during surgery, providing real-time molecular diagnosis that can guide surgical decisions. Normally, when they do something, they do what's called a biopsy, where they remove a bit of the material and then they send it off for testing, and then they have you come back, and either they have to go in and get the entirety of the thing or what have you, right? Like, that's how that works. This is while they got you open. Currently, the human eye cannot reliably detect subtle genomic variations in tissue slides. Charm overcomes this limitation, offering a 93% accuracy rate in identifying specific molecular mutations. I can English today. While developed for glioma, researchers suggest the tool could be retrained to identify other brain cancer subtypes, underscoring its potential versatility in cancer diagnosis. Source: Harvard. So, going back to Ray Kurzweil talking about how health and longevity are going to improve. Going back to Yoshua Bengio, there's going to be an amazing revolution in healthcare. You are seeing it in real time. This is a paper, an article, but a paper because it has an abstract, a study. I don't speak to the veracity of elifesciences.org, but all the words I expect to see when I look at these kind of things are here, so I'm cautiously optimistic. They are using artificial intelligence to interpret how bees make decisions, which has applications not only in And yes, I saw the Black Mirror episode too, but like I would just like to point out that in that Black Mirror episode, it was the people who were the problem, right? Like, don't put back doors in the technology that can be exploited by people. Like, this is cybersecurity shit. Um, I'm looking for the or was it in the abstract? No. Next, Mabudi et al. Developed a computational model which could. What is this? What am I listening to? Ease Back Interlude by the Rusted Nuggets. What up, Sarah? Sarah making demands in the chat. No, let's do that again. It's only a minute long, but it's got like this. This is good. I like this. Which could faithfully replicate the patterns of decisions exhibited by bees while also being plausible biologically. This approach offered insights into how a small brain could execute such complicated or complex choices on the fly and the type of neural circuits that would be required. Going forward, this knowledge could be harnessed to design more efficient decision-making algorithms for artificial systems, and in particular, autonomous robotics. Two more. This one we don't have to cover. It'll be in the Discord. But brainstorming ideas. Brainstorming ideas is valuable when trying to overcome obstacles, a variety of different reasons you might want to brainstorm ideas. The important thing about brainstorming ideas that I would like to give to you is to separate them into different processes, right? Like when you're doing brainstorming, just collect as many ideas as you can. Don't worry about, what is wrong or what's not plausible or anything else. Just focus on the ideas, generate the ideas, and then you go back later and you start to edit, right? But in the beginning, when you're brainstorming, the goal is to strive for abundance. This is the process. This is brainstorming ideas with a mind map and ChatGPT. ChatGPT, because it thinks differently in whatever context you feel the need to put think, is a good person or entity, a good entity to bounce stuff off of. And then mind map, you just get a piece of mind map software. You can do it on paper. There are a variety of different mind map tools that are available to you. This is Cascade's mind map generator. Obsidian, I believe, has a mind map generator. AI is already our gods. We just live in their sim. Like, I feel that way whenever I say something and then Elon says, hold my beer, but here we are. Right? So this will be an article on that. And there are reasons for everyone to use brainstorming, mind mapping. So I want that available to you. AI may have found, this is the final article, AI may have found the most powerful anti-aging molecule ever seen. Finding new drugs, this is, senolytics works by killing senescent cells. These cells are alive, but can no longer replicate, hence their nickname zombie cells. There's like a whole Kyrgyzets, and yes, I'm aware of all the Kyrgyzets stuff. You don't have to tell me, okay? But there's a Kyrgyzets on senescent cells, and we might watch that if we get into more content at a later date about like immortality and health and things like that. Elevated numbers of senescent cells have been implicated in a range of diseases, including type 2 diabetes, COVID, pulmonary fibrosis, osteoarthritis, and cancer. Studies in lab mice have shown that eliminating senescent cells using senolytics can ameliorate these diseases. These drugs can kill off zombie cells while keeping healthy cells alive. Around 80 senolytics are known, but only 2 have been tested in humans. A combination of dasatinib and quercetin. It would be great to find more senolytics that can be used in a variety of diseases, but it takes 10 to 20 years and billions of dollars for a drug to make it to the market. It's adrenochrome. My colleague and I, including researchers from the University of Edinburgh and the Spanish National Research Council, wanted to know if we could train machine learning models to identify new senolytic drug candidates. To do this, we fed AI models example of known senolytics and non-senolytics. The models learned to distinguish between the two and could be used to predict whether molecules they had never seen before could also be senolytics. The AI model identified 21 top scoring molecules that it deemed to have a high likelihood of being senolytics. We had tested the original 4,340 molecules in the lab. It would have taken at least a few weeks of intensive work and $50,000 just to buy the compounds, not counting the cost of the experimental machinery and setup. So, having validated them in senescent cells, we are now testing the 3 candidate senolytics in human lung tissue. We hope to report our next results in 2 years' time. There is, like, the idea, like, the next step is to have a virtual, like Ray said, have a virtual environment in which you could test these things that mimics in an accurate way the human testing process. Because again, it's about time scales. The time scales that computers work with are much shorter than the time scales that people work with. And being able to simulate these in a computer rather than in the world would take much less time. But this is another example of a promising thing. Even though it didn't lead directly to the thing, we still got to wait 2 years for their, for their candidates to go through the next stage of testing. 4,300, it knocked out in 5 minutes. Are we done here? We are done here. Y'all want some videos? We watching the videos? Don't mind me just being a distraction. Oh, God. And then I see the next word, Mike Lindell. Pillow Mike. What did Pillow Mike do now? Pillow Mike says annual sales fell $100 million after several big box retailers cut ties following his election claims, and the woke mob decided to burn him at the cross in the court of public opinion. Pillow Mike is unable to continue by his normal process of being a general freak and not being good for anyone, and has decided to take up his previous career of crack smoking. More at 11. We are farmers.
The idea of robots taking human jobs might bring to mind a scene like this. But it's not hardware that has white-collar workers concerned. It's rapidly advancing software, since artificial intelligence is doing a lot more than finishing emails.
Perhaps the biggest nightmare is the looming new industrial revolution.
The erosion of the middle class, already one of America's most serious problems, could get much worse with AI if we ignore it.
Here's how AI is already taking...
No. See, again, you're not asking the right question. You can solve the problem. Right? It has nothing to do with the AI. It has to do with the UBI. Or something of that nature. Right? You have to meet people's basic material needs. And then all this becomes much less of an issue, my dude. I've met Chuck Schumer. I met him at the county fair fuck ton of years ago, but I met him. Like, let me tell you, there's a phrase, so-and-so never met a camera that you didn't like. That's 100, I just saw your comment, 100% applies to Chuck Schumer. Chuck Schumer was walking through the fair doing the glad handing process, right? While he had two junior staffers with signs like it was a whole thing. I did not shake Chuck's hand. I don't want to get infected by politicians.
taking over tasks at white-collar jobs, and why employees and companies are both excited and concerned for the future of work. Generative AI can auto-complete your sentences, write feature-length films, or organize your calendar. And tools using it, like ChatGPT, are taking on an increasing role in white-collar work. They can create first drafts of documents, presentations, images, video, and product designs. Currently, 25% of work tasks could be automated by AI in the US, according to Goldman Sachs.
And again, I really need you to pay attention to the things that are happening here, right? You've seen this before. It is the process whereby, thank you. It's the process whereby you see it in the right-wing spaces, like your Breitbarts and your, the Blaze and Daily Wire, where they self-reference each other, right? This is the same one report that was released by Goldman Sachs. What are we, 2 months ago, 3 months ago now? It's been a minute. Well, again, why? So if we take a step back and we think why they would project that number to be so low is because, as a possibility, I'm not saying this is the reason, but we know that the markets are notoriously skittish, right? Google lost $100 billion or whatever, 100 million, some stupid made up number, in market cap because of Bard didn't work properly its first time out. Right? This is how notoriously skittish the markets are. So when you're talking about these numbers, you have to baby food spoon feed these concepts to these. You can eliminate so many more tasks by eliminating miscommunications between humans, eliminating the time it takes to convince others that your idea is right. Tasks are such a low entry point. 100% like there. This is everything about that. This Goldman Sachs report felt like priming the pump for how much things are going to change. And also, it primed a lot of investment into the AI research field. Feel about that however you want. I'm just talking about what is happening. It's a description, not a judgment.
Sachs research. Generative AI helped make this ad. And this one too. The company advertised here said creating the image for this AI-generated ad cost about 10 times less than traditional methods.
This works much in the same way as other kinds of AI, which are using statistical methods on large amounts of data, processing that through computational power, and then generating out a computer vision system that says, this image looks a lot like these other cats that I've been trained on. Generative AI is functionally very similar.
It goes beyond creating images. Alphabet is now using AI to run anti-money laundering.
No. They're not going to pause to explain anything. They're just going to throw numbers at us.
Surveillance programs at banks like HSBC, and says it's cutting out human error.
And when the transactional data and illicit behaviors change, as they do, so does the AML AI engine.
There's a variety of small sales pitches happening within this news report, okay?
For some tech companies, AI is contributing to job cuts. A May report said nearly 4,000 tech workers lost their jobs to AI. Artificial intelligence is also eliminating future positions. Take IBM as an example. Its CEO said the company could replace workers with AI.
I do believe that AI is going.
This is fake, right? Or is this, do these buildings really look weird like this?
I do believe that AI is going to replace a lot of what I'm calling white-collar clerical jobs. So the ones that are much more repetitive, the ones where people do the same task again and again and again, I think a good 30% of those roles could go away over 5.
You know, the kind of white-collar clerical job with repetitive tasks that are done over and over and over and over again. I really don't know. Like, I am trying to be cognizant, and they even said like portions of things are made with AI. There's no reason why they might not have done something like that in there. But anyways, one of those white collar clerical jobs with repetitive tasks, CEO.
5 years.
Companies are making evaluations about future hiring on the basis of what they project AI to be capable of doing. That's a much more
The first company that brings out an AI CEO and does it effectively, that's curtains for the CEOs. By the way, if you want to learn how to analyze data with AI tools like Code Interpreter, go check out Kaggle.com. It has free data sets and data models you can submit to ChatGPT without worry about leaking data from your company or not having access to the data. Right. I understand, but like I also have a vague understanding of how corporate governance works, and you can remove a CEO with the board of directors. So the board of directors, what up, pineapple spoon? We kind of already did the Hopium. It came a little bit earlier. But yeah, like it's only gonna take one, and then they are. But there'll be the Hopium articles will be in the Discord. Basically, there's a whole bunch of medical stuff that's happening because of AI, faster drugs, and or like medication type drugs, improvements in how AI can see. Improvements in biological models. There's a whole bunch of stuff that's happening. It's so yeah, like look for the first AI CEO. That will be an interesting day.
Tenuous area.
An IBM spokesman said the company was still hiring for thousands of positions.
I think that what we've seen in past deployments of AI is that it's frequently used as a justification for layoffs, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it is effectively replacing what human workers are capable of, or that it's increasing workers' productivity.
Dropbox laid off 16% of its workforce in April, but not to replace workers. Like IBM, it said it wanted to invest more in AI, which meant cutting elsewhere.
So we see demand growing for these products a lot faster than we could have anticipated. And I think you could have seen the technology coming, but just the way that the interest went vertical is something that's way ahead of schedule from our expectations.
At OpenAI, execs say there may be more work.
I think that like the kind of sum total of what is going to be needed to make use of the technology.
The hell kind of name is Brad Lightcap?
As a maximally productive technology and kind of inflect that productivity curve up in the
That is an AI generated dude.
World will actually require more man hours on top than you think.
But across industries, workers and executives are cautiously looking ahead. AI's role in television and film production is a key point of negotiations between the Writers Guild of America and the studios. Speaking to the Wall Street Journal about the strike, the co-showrunner for The Handmaid's Tale laid out the writers' union's concerns.
We could tell from the negotiations that the studios had a plan, and we could deduce that plan was probably one writer in a room with one or two machines creating an entire show.
Studios have said they're committed to discussing the use of AI with the WGA.
The WGA strike, I think, is a really important moment to be paying attention to, because it's a place where workers have taken the forefront in putting AI at the front and center of their negotiations about their working conditions.
If it's coming for us, the creators of imaginary worlds, it is literally going to come for everyone.
But there may still be time to figure out.
Again, I'm sympathetic. I am pro-union. I am sympathetic. These are Band-Aid solutions. And you need to rework the distribution of resources from the ground up, or you're just kicking the can down the road.
Out how to best integrate AI into the workplace.
So I think it's really important that in the present moment, we preserve space for a public conversation around the deployment of AI systems that ensures that they're working in the public interest, in workers' interest, and as well as in employers' interest.
Yeah. All right.
Regulation thoughts.
Oh, little bank. Little bank. Okay. This guy has an aesthetic And so does it. And it's wild watching the aesthetic of this guy. I only watched the first little bit. I didn't watch the whole thing, but this guy's aesthetic versus the aesthetic of the person that he is talking to, is this is the world we live in now, right? And yeah, Ben Goertzel talks a lot about the singularity. He's written like over a dozen books, so his opinion is informed.
Sam was in front of the Senate this week, and they were talking that maybe something like an IAEA, like atomic energy regulator would be the right thing.
Again, I think, anything anyone from a big company says about regulation, one has to assume.
Right? The juxtaposition of, President Koopa on one hand, and dude who's like down with the leftist video here, right? Like this is are you like on an island in the middle of the Pacific? Why is your internet so terrible? Why is your camera resolution so terrible? I love you. Get it worked out.
Is very loosely related to their true thoughts, sentiments, and feelings. Nothing against Sam Altman. He's a great guy and actually pretty much a straight shooter for a corporate guy. But still, there's a lot of business interests there, right? These are very high stakes things. So I think what governments say and what corporate executives say is all. It's a very well scripted theater. I would imagine. Elon Musk is a bit less like that. He verges into well scripted theater now and then just goes back to being a whacked out tech bro, right? But I think that some form of AI regulation will happen. Europe probably will make more stringent regulation than anywhere else in the free world. That's what happened with GDPR. Right?
Sam just said he'd turn it off in Europe if they did that. He just told the European Union he might just turn it off.
He didn't really quite say that. If you look at the quote that he said, the media took that and ran with it. If you look at what he really said, what he said.
Yeah, he didn't really say. He leveraged his position. Part of a negotiation, you leverage your position, and he leveraged his position. However else you feel about the thing, you should understand the way negotiations work.
Said is, we'll see how the regulations unfold. We will try our best to comply, and if it turns out not to be practical to comply, then okay, we'll turn it off. Which is basically to me was a corporate speak with no semantic value, but the media wanted to spin it into. He said, "Well, we'll turn it off," which wasn't, to be honest,
it's a bit of a
really
threat. It's a bit of a well said threat, I think. But I see.
Well,
what you
mean. But it's trivially true of everyone, right? Everyone will turn their product off if they can't find a way to comply. So,
yeah. Okay.
I guess the substance of it wasn't, since it's not yet clear what their regulations are. It's not yet clear that there will be a way to comply. I guess there will be. If you look in crypto, EU has actually been more reasonable than US, UK, or anywhere else. MiCA is quite reasonable. In the end, GDPR is perfectly reasonable. It's expensive and annoying to comply with, but you can comply with it, right? So, in the end, you can make a way for someone to remove their data from an LLM's knowledge base, right? It's just more expensive, but the money is there to do it. But I think in the medium term, though, a decentralized approach is far, far better in terms of compliance because it's not monolithic, right? So you can have.
I hope you can follow along with this in spite of the leftist video and audio, and I chose this dude is not broke. It's just, I guess, an example of different people's priorities, right?
Different approaches in different parts of the world, and if what you're doing is decentralized anyway, I mean, you just have many fewer obstacles to do it. I mean, even if it's the same company like Zarka operating in every part of the world, I mean, you can run different servers in different parts of the world. They can run different variations of the software. They can all talk to each other. And I mean, the decentralized approach we're taking to our infrastructure, which underlies Zarka, True AGI, everything in SingularityNet ecosystem, this decentralized infrastructure, from the get-go, it's built so that different...
I don't know what Zarka is. I in no way endorse any of that. Check it out at your own risk, so on and so forth.
Local subnetworks that operate in slightly different ways and yet still interoperate. And it's not that OpenAI or Google couldn't build something that way. I mean, in China, Microsoft and Google somewhat have, right? I mean, they've done local stuff in China that obeys Chinese regulations. It's just that they have to do a bunch of special stuff to make local subnetworks operate differently, whereas that's how a decentralized network works from the get-go, right? So I mean, I think we can more cheaply and in a more
I feel like my man is getting uncomfortable for some reason, and I don't know. But, you know, he looks like a supervillain, and so he gets what he deserves, I guess.
agile way adapt local functioning of subnetworks of our networks to local regulations as well as to cultural differences and infrastructure differences. So I'm not, from a competitive advantage standpoint, Zarka and the whole SNet ecosystem, generically, we're better off as regulations unfold than big tech. I mean, that said, my hope is that we're not over-regulated, right? I mean, I have to say it was funny that some of my recent thoughts on the AI pause and regulation of AI, when our SingularityNet's media guys reached out to various media outlets to publish my thoughts, they found a place that was Fox News, and I thought this was pretty hilarious because I'm an anarcho-socialist, right? I've never voted for a Republican candidate in my entire life, but on these particular issues, like I don't want to see government overregulate crypto. I don't want to see government overregulate AI. Like on those particular issues, I am more aligned with Fox News than with the more left-wing media that I agree with on most points, right? Yeah. I mean, so it's going to be a political issue. It's going to be interesting to see how it all unfolds. But I think whatever the regulators do, a decentralized network is pretty much better equipped to cope with it than the centralized one, because we can adapt and do different things in different places.
All roads lead to you, Ben, and all the great work you're doing at Zarka, SingularityNet, OpenCog.
All roads lead to the singularity. I mean, we all of us humans are just pawns.
I'm interested, like the fact that he declared publicly like that he's an anarcho-socialist. Of course, we have to verify. We can't just accept what people can call themselves whatever they want. There are a variety of different examples of people saying they are one thing while demonstrating being another. But I just got a minor amount of hopium, a little of hopium, from hearing someone like this publicly make that kind of statement.
Pawns in the overall chess game that's happening, but
well, I'd rather be on.
Yeah,
I'd rather be on Team Gertzel if that's okay. I'd rather be on Team Gertzel. Look, it's, just congratulations with all the great things you guys are doing over there. We're super excited about Zarka. There's a link below if people want to learn more information, or LondonReal.tv/Zarka. Final thoughts from you, Ben, before you go.
I think we've said it all, Brian. I mean, the AGI race is on, and big tech has an apparent advantage, but for the reasons stated in the there is no Moat memo, and for a lot of other even deeper reasons that we've recounted, that advantage is most likely temporary and appears stronger than it is. And I think the open, decentralized ecosystem has a lot of fundamental advantages, which is going to make things like Bard and Open AI seem more Yahoo-like than Google-like in hindsight a few years from now. So the race is on, and I think we've got a good chance of winning. And the thing is, we're not looking to win for ourselves. We're looking to win for the whole of humanity, which is the beauty of decentralized models.
Yeah, very much so. All right, Ben, I learned so much every time I talk to you. Really appreciate these conversations, and thanks for continually come on and keep us updated. I think we got you back here in another few weeks, so all the best.
Should be good. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
All right, great. Thank you so much, Ben. We'll see you next time, and thanks to everybody for watching. All right, good. Take care, and thanks everybody for watching. Again, more info, just go to LondonReal.
All right, I don't know what's going on in the rest of this. I think we're good. I think we got what we wanted to out of that. You like cats? For those of you who weren't here, speaking of which, since we've been live for 2 hours, 41 minutes, in between Friday and today, what up, Joint Specialist? How are you? The sub count dropped below 25 again. So when the sub count drops below 25, I got to do the advertising pitch. Also, if this is your first time here and you like what you hear, you want to hear more, you want to talk about AI with someone who talks about things from more of a leftist perspective, if you like Ferris, look at Ferris. Hey, look at that. With the prime. With the prime.
Exactly who we are.
Thank you, homie. I appreciate you. So just two more. Like that sub goal never goes above 25. I ask for so little. And I give you Ferris. So, but if you like what you've been hearing and you want to follow, hit that follow button. The only ads that run are at the beginning of the episode. In spite of that, I'm never going to come for your pocketbook like that. It's just that $25 or that 25 sub goal gets the money out of Twitch's hands and into mine, which I then use to do more things around, this process, whether it's with the stream or, technology to do stuff. Like I got the 2 terabyte USB drive in order to move videos off of Twitch and be able to move them onto YouTube. So if you want to support the channel, $4.99 free with Twitch Prime, as demonstrated by Joint Specialist, the homie. So yeah, that's it. I'm live Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 5 p.m. Rain or shine, no matter what, I will be here for you to talk about this and help you understand it. Plus, we got a Discord. The Discord is filled with great people who want to talk about, this kind of stuff and how you can use it in your own daily life, whether that's at work or at home. Like, there are reasons to be using this technology. Be great. Be faster, better, stronger. Like, this is what we're talking about. In a healthy way. In a healthy way. Not in some fucking weird way. Anyways. And I babble. Right? Because I hate asking for money. Cats. So. No, I didn't.
Regulation thoughts. Sam was in front.
Stop. Okay, so for those of you You don't want the Elon brain implant. You want the good one. So, the Blast Theory here decided as like an art science project to create an environment for the cats, and there is AI involved in playing with the cats, and there are 3 cats, and it's like a dad and 2 kid cats, if I remember all that correctly. I owe you an episode, so we're going to watch day 2 and day 3. They are short, but they are cats.
Can AI make cats happier?
And this is the purpose of what they're doing, right? As like a semi-scientific study, also as an art project, is can the AI make cats happier? Because by extension, then, could the AI make people happier?
Every day, Clover, Pumpkin, and Ghostbuster spend a few hours inside this utopia for cats. Their every need is catered for, and an expert in cat behaviour watches over them. An artificial intelligence offers games for the cats using a robot arm, and a computer vision system observes how they interact. Day by day, the AI aims to make the cats happier. This is Cat Royale. Today, the AI suggested lots of variations of prey games. Cats are solitary hunters who generally catch small prey. With no other source of food, they can make up to 20 kills per day. We know that cats love games where they get to mimic finding, stalking, capturing, and killing their prey. Many owners play these games with their cats. Is it possible that prey games from a robot are more fun for a cat because the human element is removed? Without the distraction of a human, are they able to focus more on their prey? Ghostbuster certainly enjoyed playing with the feather spinning toy today. He mimicked a kill when dragging the toy off its tray. This clunky mechanical fish is gaudy and unrealistic, but the cats seem to love it anyway. Are the cats bothered whether their toys are close to the natural world?
I think I saw this anime. At the end, the cats have to kill each other, and the last one standing is the chosen one to lead the country's defense against demons or some shit. I hope that doesn't happen here. That would not make me happy, but I would buy that as an anime. Yes.
If you're interested in seeing the full video stream of Cat Royale, head to the World Science Festival in Brisbane, or follow us to get news of Cat Royale in other places. Tune in tomorrow to see what happens next in Cat Royale. Our next highlight.
Yeah, no, there's no way you couldn't do any of that on YouTube. Like, no, somebody would riot. I'd riot. Like, holy shit.
Of day 3 of Cat Royale. Can AI make cats happier? Every day, Clover, Pumpkin, and Ghostbuster.
No, it was a loading. It was loading on the YouTubes. I don't think anybody effed. Now I gotta look. I did draw 300 frames today. But 300 frames over 3 hours is not bad.
Spend a few hours inside this utopia for cats. Their every need is catered for, and an expert in cat behaviour watches over them. An artificial intelligence offers games for the cats using a robot arm, and a computer vision system observes how they interact. Day by day, the AI aims to make the cats happier. This is Cat Royale.
And, you know, like as far as jobs go, being the cat specialist who watches over the cats in their little cat room, that sounds pretty dope.
The morning was all about ball games.
Balls!
At first, it tried winning the 3 cats over by dangling a ball inside a box and dropping balls into the run that goes through the centre of the space. It doesn't go very well. It's the ball on the string that captures Clover's attention. She paws and wrestles with it for over 2 minutes. Over the past 2 days, one ball game has proved almost impossible for the robot arm to execute, dropping the ball into the Perspex tube. After 5.5 hours of trying, it finally hits its target. The cats aren't impressed. 15 minutes later, it tries again. And after another 5 minutes, it finally grabs Clover's attention. She's cautious at first. They don't have a game like this at home. But then she cracks it. Tune in tomorrow to see what happens next in Cat Royale.
Oh, yeah. Like, if you have cats, you already know, but like, cats are, you know, there's a meme about how, like, you know, you buy your kid an expensive gift and then, but no, the AI does what it wants. Like, the AI tries to get responses by doing these different programs. Yeah, exactly. Cats are exactly the same way. The cats will love a simple game over any weird, complex, you know, kind of thing. Trust me. Okay.
Had begun to.
So, in an effort to help you visualize the idea of time, you know, the different time dilation, the different time scales being operated on, you know, between humans and computers, we're going to go back. We're going to go back to Carl Sagan.
Had begun to plumb the true depths of time and space. The long collective enterprise of science has revealed a universe some 15 billion years old, the time since the explosive birth of the cosmos, the Big Bang. The cosmic calendar compresses the local history of the universe into a single year. If the universe began on January 1st, it was not until May that the Milky Way formed. Other planetary systems may have appeared in June, July, and August, but our sun and Earth not until mid-September. Life arose soon after. Everything humans have ever done occurred in that bright speck at the lower right of the cosmic calendar. The Big Bang is at upper left in the first second of January 1st. 15 billion years later is our present time, the last second of December 31st. Every month is 1.25 billion years long. Each day represents 40 million years. Each second stands for some 500 years of our history, the blinking of an eye in the drama of cosmic time. At this scale, the cosmic calendar is the size of a football field, but all of human history would occupy an area the size of my hand. We're just beginning to trace the long and tortuous path which began with the primeval fireball and led to the condensation of matter, gas, dust, stars, galaxies, and at least in our little nook of the universe, planets and life, intelligence, and inquisitive men and women. We've emerged so recently that the familiar events of our recorded history occupy only the last seconds of the last minute of December 31st. Some critical events for the human species, however, began much earlier, minutes earlier. So we change our scale from months to minutes. Down here, the first humans made their debut around 10:30 p.m. on December 31st. And with the passing of every cosmic minute, each minute 30,000 years long, we began the arduous journey towards understanding where we live and who we are. 11:46. Only 14 minutes ago, humans have tamed fire. 11:59:20, the evening of the last day of the cosmic year, the 11th hour, the 59th minute, the 20th second. The domestication of plants and animals begins. An application of the human talent for making tools. (11:59:35). Settled agricultural communities evolve into the first cities. We humans appear on the cosmic calendar so recently that our recorded history occupies only the last few seconds of the last minute of December 31st. In the vast ocean of time which this calendar represents, all our memories are confined to this small square. Every person we've ever heard of lived somewhere in there. All those kings and battles, migrations and inventions, wars and loves, everything in the history books happens here in the last 10 seconds of the cosmic calendar. We on Earth have just awakened to the great oceans of space and time from which we have emerged. We are the legacy of 15 billion years of cosmic evolution. We have a choice. We can enhance life and come to know the universe that made us, or we can squander our 15 billion year heritage in meaningless self-destruction. What happens in the first second of the next cosmic year depends on what we do.
Exactly. Okay. So, we're going to take a quick break. Going to go use the facilities. And then I am going to introduce you to the TV show. Back in the day, you just watched whatever was on the TV. You didn't get to pick. Back in my day. So anyways, the James Burke did a show called Connections. And my man would take you from some shit that happened thousands of years ago up to current thing. Now, current thing, admittedly, like we not that. We have moved forward, since then. But like I've already prepped you. I got you some Carl to prep you for the 1980s. We're going back to the 1980s in the way back machine so that you can see this. And James Burke was actually the first person that I personally heard talk about, the idea of like the Star Trek replicator, but like in real life. And I thought that was pretty cool. That personal connection. So I'm going to leave you briefly with Cats and Art, and then when we come back, we'll be back with James Burke and Connections here on PBS.
Earlier you told Dr. Rice something about Globus.
The Globus never sleeps.
No one was in here. Everyone was asleep.
The Globus never sleeps.
We will show them that it is feasible. The budget is nothing more or less than a plan for spending our money. A plan which can and must be adapted to meet our needs.
Earlier you told Dr. Rice something about Globus.
The Globus never sleeps.
When the pandemic struck, Globus was well placed to respond.
The Globus never sleeps.
The time has come for mankind to take longer strides. We must move further down the line.
Earlier you told Dr. Rice something about Globus.
The Globus never sleeps.
No one was in here. Everyone was asleep.
The Globus never sleeps.
Globus is embarking on a new chapter.
The Globus never sleeps.
And we're back. And I was going to show you Mittens, one of the other members of the household who was up on top of the punching bag, but as soon as I switched over, they left. So apologies for something you didn't know you were getting, because you're not getting it. Okay. So I hope everyone took the opportunity to get your snacks, get your drinks, all that good stuff. For those of you who are members of the retirement community on Twitch over at James from the Internet, you might actually remember when this played on TV. For the rest of you, there's going to be a new experience. I understand it's the 1980s. I understand that it feels kind of old, and that there's these, why are these big dark lines on the side and all that other good stuff. But trust me, it's quality content, and you learn something.
Would you do me a favor? I'd like to stop talking for a minute, and when I do, take a look at the room you're in, and above all, at the man-made objects in that room that surround you. The television set, the lights, the phone, and so on. And ask yourself what those objects do to your life just because they're there. Go ahead.
James Burke, was one of my teachers, right? Like, as a kid growing up. taught me how to look at the world in a different way. And the same as Carl and other people of their ilk. But James Burke taught me a lot about like my interactions with, technology and that kind of thing, and like how I perceive the world. And that framing of that initial thing is like looking around the room, like it's been touched on with other concepts, like the stuff you own ends up owning you and things like that. But like, how aware are you of like all of these pieces of technology that you interact with on the daily that are part of your everyday life that you just take for granted, so to speak?
Well, that is what this series is going to be all about. It's about the things that surround you in the modern world, and just because they're there, shape the way you think and behave, and why they exist in the form they do, and who or what was responsible for them existing at all. The search for those clues will take us all over the world and 12,000 years into the past, because it's in those strange places and in those long-gone centuries that the secret of the modern world lies. And you'll never believe the extraordinary things that led to us being the way we are today. Things like, for instance, why a 16th century doctor at the court of Queen Elizabeth did something that made it possible for you to watch this screen now. Or the fact that because 18th century merchants were worried about ships' bottoms, you have nylon to wear. Or why a group of French monks and their involvement with sheep rearing helped to give the modern world the computer. Or what medieval Europeans did with their fire in winter that led to motor. The story of the events and the people who over centuries came together to bring us in from the cold and to wrap us in a warm blanket of technology is a matter of vital importance. Since more and more of that technology infiltrates every aspect of our lives, it's become a life support system without which we can't survive. And yet, how much of it do we understand? Do I bother myself with the reality of what happens when I get into a big steel box, press a button, and rise into the sky? Of course I don't. I take going up in the world like that for granted. We all do. And as the years of the 20th century have gone by, the things we take for granted have multiplied way beyond the ability of any individual to understand in a lifetime. The things around us, the man-made inventions we provide ourselves with, are like a vast network, each part of which is interdependent with all the others. I mean, cross the road. Whether or not a car coming around the corner knocks you down may have something to do with the person you've never met fitting the brakes correctly. Change anything in that network, and the effects spread like ripples on a pond. And all the things in that network have become so specialized that only the people involved in making them understand them. I don't mean use them, anybody can use them. Down there is one of the biggest, most complex cities in the world, full of people using things as if they understood them, and sometimes not even knowing they're doing it. New York City, like all the other major high-density population centers scattered across the earth, is a technology island. It can neither feed, nor clothe, nor house, nor warm its inhabitants without supplies from outside. Without those supplies, the entire massive structure and the teeming millions it encloses would die. And yet, in cities everywhere, we act as if that were not so. We have no choice. The pace of life in New York is set by the pace of the technology that serves it. You just have to hope it'll stay that way. I'd like you to meet a few people who were in or near New York City on a November evening over a decade ago. And the reason I'd like you to meet them is because they all have one thing in common. They were all brought to a sudden and catastrophic realization of how vulnerable they were, how dependent on one aspect of that technological network I was talking about, because of what this did to their lives. Now, until I was told what this is, I was no more able to recognize what it is than you are now. But watch what it did to those people. And if you look very carefully, you'll see evidence of what this does in every second of what follows now. It's 5:01 in the evening, rush hour in downtown Manhattan. 800,000 people crowd onto subways, looking forward to home, to the end of this journey. For most of them, the technology carrying them doesn't exist. They take it for granted. Two minutes past 5. Kennedy Airport, the usual evening departure rate. Passengers with appointments in New Delhi, London, Tokyo. Appointments they expect to keep. And 200 planes due to arrive in the next 5 hours.
703, turn left heading 230.
No delays expected. 3 minutes past 5. At the Energy Control Center downtown, nothing special is happening. It's the standard rush hour condition in the main control room. The time of day when power consumption starts to come up to a maximum as people head for home and meals get cooked. It's cool outside. After a high of 58, the temperature's falling to an expected low of 39 with a predicted wind chill factor of 5 degrees. The energy level...
I do have to say that the little lights with words written on them in marker, you know, it's like we really used to fly by the seat of our pants with some of this stuff, and we still do.
...are more than enough to cope, even on a chilly November evening. Ten past 5, Mount Sinai Hospital.
Fair enough, I'm just giving you a bit of oxygen at the moment. I'll go to the cyclo when you're ready.
Okay. The patient, Mrs. Marcana, is expecting twins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May I first say to my distinguished colleague, the ambassador from the USSR...
12 minutes past 5, the UN General Assembly in session. The speaker is President Roosevelt's son. In their boxes, the interpreters, the invisible support structure of the debate, whatever the language. At the UN, that's taken for granted.
The ways and means soient supprimés et qu'on les...
In the subway, Herbert Friedman, a lawyer, reads his paper on his way home to suburban Jamaica. Al Hynek works for a publisher on Fifth Avenue. He passes the time doing a crossword. Marjorie O'Shaughnessy also works for a publisher, looking forward to spending a quiet evening at home. Steve Bawati, late, been to a movie. Bruce Singer works in Greenwich Village. Bill Palmer is a student, just been playing basketball. And Hans Kramer, insurance broker. All these people take the subway every evening. They expect to get home. They always do. 5:15 at Kennedy Airport. At one of the international terminals, on the board, Scandinavian Airlines 911. Scandinavian 911 is on its way into Kennedy. The pilot is veteran Captain Carl Lofsted.
Kennedy approach control, Scandinavian 911 with information Yankee. 5,000 feet approaching Riverhead.
Scandinavian 911, roger. Park there, park on 221 radio, back to the final. Runway 4 right ILS.
A clear moonlit night. The flight manifest lists 89 passengers.
Landing lights. PTC override.
The descent into Kennedy is so far uneventful. It's now 15 minutes and 30 seconds past 5.
Yeah.
Samtidig gør vi opmærksom på, at rygning ikke længere er tilladt og beder den rette stolryggene op.
People smoking on the airplanes, ashtrays built into the seats. It was a wild time, man.
Fasten your seatbelts.
Runway lights at 2 o'clock. Okay, I see that.
With the next contraction, dear, you'll take a deep breath and push real hard, okay? I think one is about to start. Take a deep breath and push real hard. Okay, push.
At Mount Sinai Hospital, Mrs. Marcana is in labor.
Okay, Fred, I think you can put her to sleep now.
Fair enough, man.
Yeah.
The anesthetic being used at the time is a mixture of gases, including one called cyclopropane. It's potentially explosive, but everybody knows that.
Okay, she's fairly sleepy now, though.
Okay, with the next contraction, we'll have a little bit of pressure.
Oh, okay. It's coming.
The first bit.
All right, well, she's starting contraction now.
Just a little bit more.
Okay.
All right, the head's there. Okay.
Okay.
Fine, here we go. Okay, Annie, we've got a baby.
It's now exactly 16 minutes and 10 seconds past 5. 1 second later, several hundred miles northwest of New York City, this did what it was built to do, with disastrous consequences. You may have already guessed what kind of technological network this is part of. It's a bit of a power station. The power station known as Adam Beck 2, here at Niagara, where electricity is generated by the tremendous power of falling water. The water turns turbine blades that make a shaft spin. At the top of the shaft are magnets, and they spin inside a cylinder up there that has copper wire coils on its inner wall. The interaction between the spinning magnets and the copper coils makes electricity. That's where this comes in. It's a relay, and its job is to detect changes in power going onto a transmission line. These up here. Power flows north along these lines, and on the particular evening in question, this relay detected an increase in power on one of those lines that was above a preset limit. When that happened, magnets set around this metal cup caused it to rotate, and that brought this arm to make a contact like this. That contact was made on the evening of November the 9th, 1965, at 16 minutes and 11 seconds past 5. The effect was to cascade power off the overloaded line and onto another, which overloaded and tripped the next, until all 5 lines going north had tripped out, dumping their entire load onto lines going south. Within 7 seconds, the tremendous overload began to take out generating stations all over northeastern America, from Boston to New York, as the network fell apart. As each area went, it overloaded the next. Within 10 seconds, the only major system left was the great energy island of New York. As the network fell apart, links between one energy center and another broke. Instead of 300,000 kilowatts coming into New York to help meet demand, 1.5 million kilowatts were draining out of the city to supply areas now cut off from the network, but still connected like leeches to the New York generators. As the overload hit the New York generators, they too began to trip out.
Hello, Lou, Bob Lang.
Your ducting speed is okay. Your bags are all in.
Bring it up. Give me number 2 right now. We've had a major power failure. I'd like you to man all the tunnels, stand by with your auxiliary pumps, and man the auxiliary generator.
As the lifeblood of the city drained, it went into spasm. At the UN, chaos. The power to keep the lights on also served the interpreters.
Who, in the growing darkness, has, however, I hope, brought a glimmer of light.
And without interpreters, trapped in their darkened boxes, deprived of access to the ears of the delegates, the United Nations was suddenly and totally disunited, as completely as if at war. The city's elevators stopped. Perhaps the subways were the only technology that people expected to fail.
Here we go again.
800,000 people were now deep in the ground under New York, caught in a technology trap most of them had never thought twice about. Now only 10 minutes since the crisis had been triggered by the relay at Niagara, more than 500 miles away. The generators continued to trip out, and at Kennedy Airport, the radar screens went black. And Flight 911 was in trouble.
Roland, I got flag warning. Switch number 2 to the ILS. Okay.
Kennedy approach.
Yeah, who we got? Yeah, John?
Can you hold it at 250?
I'll take 200 if I can.
What time did it go out? Astoria 2 and 3 went out. They can't hold on.
By 5:28, the time had come to protect the system by deliberately switching what was left off.
We shut down those lights in Brooklyn. It's the only thing left going. Hard to kill is supplying Brooklyn. Stop worried about overloading Brooklyn with that hard to kill unit. So we leave that in or shut it down?
Oh, we better shut it down, I guess.
The system operator recommends shutting down Staten Island.
Yeah, now let me know what you find out, all right? Okay. So, thank you. Over an area of 80 million square miles, 30 million people were now in darkness.
Load's down, that's right. All right. Oh boy. So how does this work?
John, I've got the chairman on the phone.
Isolated from each other in small groups, millions of people were still unaware of the extent of the blackout, in the subway especially.
Like the ratings. People started chatting, but for the most part...
I love that this is just like a bare bulb just sitting up here, like out of the subway, just a bare bulb chilling.
No one really got into it yet because we thought it was just another typical rush hour delay.
But it was dark, and that was kind of unsettling to be in such a crowd, but not to be able to see anybody. So one of the women had candles.
No, I don't mean the fact that it's lit up. I mean the fact that there is a bare bulb. Like, there are so many regulations around bulbs now. As someone who has worked in the electrical field, like, you can't just have bare bulbs just chilling like that.
Candles in her bag.
You know, I have some candles. Maybe we can light them.
This abnormal business of actually talking to anybody on the subway caught on briefly all over New York.
Let's put some light on the situation. My birthday anyway. Anybody feel like singing happy birthday? Make a happy situation out of a terrible one. My name? Louise?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
But while this journey had taken on a meaning nobody expected, so too, at the hospital, had Mrs. Marcana's delivery of twins, thanks to the anesthetic.
There was then a general scurry around to find flashlights, and I immediately commandeered one so I could see what was happening. One of the nurses, whom I shall never forget, walked into the room carrying a lighted candle.
Put the candle out! Get out of here! What's going on? Get out of here!
Scared out of my mind with explosive anesthetic agent. I had visions of all of us, the whole place blowing up in one great conflagration.
No. The phone system was the only thing working, if you could get a number.
I can't see the runway.
And Captain Lofted was learning the full extent of his predicament. ILS, the landing aid that guided him in, wasn't there anymore.
And Niels, check the radio. Kennedy approach control, Scandinavian 911, the ILS went US.
I've got some wine here. What do you need? Nice and cake.
The extraordinary thing in the subways was that a full hour into the crisis, nobody was trying to escape from the trap.
Yeah, it's not even a corkscrew. Would it be crooked to put one in here? Yeah. Okay. Now what we need is the knife.
I think I have something.
Now you know what.
We need now the cups.
Anyone got cups? Got a wish. The wish is that we get home tonight. Maybe I should say about the size of it.
Here's good health to the birthday girl. Hope you enjoy many years.
I just assumed that something went wrong with the particular train that I was riding on.
There was a feeling of it's being something we all just had to wait out together. There was nothing anybody could do about it. No one knew anything about anything.
Kleenex.
I carry napkins around. I wipe the seats off so I don't get my clothes dirty.
Put yourself in this position. Would you do any different? Here they were, 1 hour into a major disaster, and still trying to laugh their way out of it.
Drinking wine on the subway, I'll tell you that. Yeah, help yourself.
If anybody's driving, don't drink. Remember that.
How about singing the song? Anybody know any songs?
Oh, I'm tired and I want to go to bed.
People began to be very jovial and began to sing. Show me the way to go home, and everything that people could think of that related to our plight.
Let's just keep on going on. All right. Okay.
At the hospital, darkness made no difference.
I got the feet. Membranes are up. Here we go. Follow the head down.
I'm following.
Okay. All right.
Well, the baby was delivered without the lights because you didn't need the lights for the delivery. That's manipulative. Remember, you're reaching up into the uterus, grabbing a foot, which is strictly by feel. You rupture the membranes and you bring the foot down. The second baby was vigorous, and we repaired the peds.
There you go. Oh, you're such a pretty girl. Yes.
Kennedy approach control, Scandinavian 911.
Captain Lofsted had only a few seconds left to make his decision. He was at 2,000 feet, past the airport and heading straight for Manhattan in the darkness. There was only one thing he could do. Lofsted and 200 other jets that night landed with the help of radio working on planes sitting on the ground. In the subway, people were still coping.
About after an hour or an hour and a half, people became very restless. It was not pleasant. It was not very congenial, but everybody felt scared.
Never been this late. Let you sit here and wonder and send nobody down to help us.
Somebody knock on the window. See if you're going to turn his attention. After about an hour and a half, of these train employees would pass outside, but not look at us and not answer us when people banged on the windows and called out. They just ignored us.
No, I think he's the conductor from the train, but I'm not sure.
Skunks don't even turn around.
Maybe he's gone for help. I don't know. Let's hope he must be
Gradually, finally, people began to realize where they were. Lost under the ground, helpless, unless help came.
When we have a major power blackout, it at least hits the entire city. Is this all relaxed? We'll be trying to get you off as soon as possible.
We've been sitting here.
We would have to be in between stations. How can we be on a platform?
I don't know how long this will take. It's Con Edison. It affects the entire city. We have people coming by evacuating the trains now. Please relax.
Mrs. Makana found out what had happened to her, though not the way she expected.
Mrs. Marcano, ¿cómo está?
When I woke up and I saw all the candles lit around the room, I thought I was dead. And there was a priest standing nearby. And for a minute there, I thought he had come to give me my last rites. And I was afraid that all my family knew that I was dead and they came to light candles for me.
No, yo no estoy muerta, yo no estoy muerta, yo no estoy muerta.
No está muerta, no. Don't be frightened now, you're going to be
okay. Yeah.
And finally, as in all good fairy stories, it was over.
At exactly 5 hours after the train stopped, about 10:30, the train began to empty by having all the passengers walk out singly upon the catwalk.
A few days later, people were back at their daily routine as if it had never happened. The night New York became a trap, forgotten.
Everyone hold on to the railing.
This is one of the more perfect examples of the kind of technological trap that we set for ourselves, the lift.
So, that is, like, the purpose of that story, right? Which, this is an actual historical event. I don't know how many of you were aware of, you know, that happened. But it was one small piece in the system doing what it was designed to do. Nothing went wrong in the sense that everything in the system did what it was designed to do. And the result was complete blackout for a huge chunk of the eastern seaboard, all of New York State, a portion of Canada, all that kind of thing. This next bit that we're going to get into is for all you people who, let's say, overestimate your ability to survive the zombie apocalypse.
Lift, the elevator. I mean, what is it? It's a steel box with some buttons in it and maybe a trapdoor for emergencies. But whoever looks that close? Except when this happens, where is it? And even in this situation, closed in, with an escape route that we can't handle, we behave like many of those New Yorkers did. We strike a light and we look around to see how badly things are. And if we find, in this case, an emergency button, absolutely great, we sit back and we wait for help to come. We wait for technology to come back and save our lives. Because it's inconceivable that it won't, isn't it? I mean, if you admit that, you've got to admit that every single day of your life, in some form or other, you unconsciously walk yourself into a technology trap. Because that's the only way to live in the modern world. So you don't admit it. You say, oh, well, in this situation, we'll cope. But what happens when the effects become widespread, irreversible, devastating? What happens when what little resources you have to help you cope give up? Then what? Well, in all the disaster scenarios you read, what happens is that without power, technologically based civilization cracks up rapidly. Without enough auxiliary power, and most major cities don't have it, organization is impossible. It's every man for himself. Looting and arson follow. And in a city not prepared to be a fortress, supplies run out fast. And however frightening the thought of leaving your technological womb, sooner or later, there is nowhere to go but out, away from the danger. The minute you decide to move, you're on your own, in a way that no modern 20th century...
The power was only out for a couple of days, but the premise here is like, what if it hadn't been that way? What if the power was like permanently out? You know, the zombie apocalypse.
City dweller has ever been in his life. And then the traps begin to close. To start with, do you even know where to go in order to survive? Did you manage to get a map before you left? And if you did, how do you get out? Walk? Drive until you run out of fuel? Are you ahead of the millions of other people pouring down these roads trying to do just what you're trying to do? And if they catch up with you, have you got something they need? And if you have, can you protect yourself? Did you bring enough food and drink to last as long as necessary? And if you didn't, where will you get it? Steal? How far out will you have to push on until you're far enough out to be safe? And can you be sure that's far enough? And even if by some miracle you finally make it, do you know enough to recognize the place to stop when you see it? I mean, what does survival without technology look like? There'll be no signs up. So, let's say that finally, somewhere far out into the country, you come across a place that looks right. And let's say that you've had the good sense and the good luck to look for a farm, because that's where food comes from, doesn't it? Okay, so it's a farm, so you decide to stop. Has anybody got there first? Or are the owners still here? Because you're going to need shelter, and people don't give their homes away. They barricade themselves in. So, sooner or later, exhausted and desperate, you may have to make the decision to give up and die. Or to make somebody else give up and die because they won't accept you in their home voluntarily. And what in your comfortable urban life has ever prepared you for that decision? Okay, let's say by some miracle the place is empty and it's all yours. Is there enough food in the house? How long will it last? How will you cook it? Wood fires? Are you fit enough to chop all the wood you need before winter comes? If you're lucky, you've got livestock on the farm. Great. Meat. But can you slaughter and bleed and butcher an animal? Okay, supposing you manage that, you've got enough meat to eat until you've eaten all the cows. But at least you could start running your farm. But it's a modern farm, remember? It's mechanized. There's a gasoline pump, but it's empty. So you can't use the tractor. What you need is a horse and cart. But when did you last see a horse and cart on a modern farm? And everything else here, the saw, the power drills, the light, the sterilizer, the...
Yeah, we talked about this the other day in reference to people who hoard gold for preparation for some kind of, you know, apocalypse, being the silliest thing that you can do. Like, there's no... Gold doesn't have an intrinsic value. Food, like, learn to grow tobacco and distill alcohol is a much more valuable skill than ability to acquire gold.
The water supply, the sewage system, the hoist.
Well, a gold could allow trucks into the city with a proper application, you know?
The milking parlour, the pumps, and everything on this control panel demands the one thing you don't have. Electric power. Everything on this farm that you found doesn't work. The place is a trap. But there's nowhere else to go. The only way you're going to survive is if you find the one thing you need to keep on providing the food you've got to have. And you don't need the mechanized version of that thing. You need the kind people haven't used in 100 years. You need that kind of plow. You're saved. Or are you? Because what it comes down to at this point is this. Can you use a plow? It's taken a series of miracles just to get you this far, and here you are with the biggest miracle of all, a plow and animals to pull it. So maybe after a few days of fumbling around with the harnesses and the bits and pieces, you manage to yoke up the oxen and plow the land. And then and only then can you say that you have successfully escaped the wreckage of technological civilization and lived off the land and survived, if you know how to use the furrow you plow. I mean, can you tell the difference between an ear of corn and a geranium seed? Do you know when to sow whatever it is you think it is? Do you know when to harvest it and eat the bit that you think is poisonous?
Mark Eater.
I mean, it's no accident that the chain of events triggered off by that relay in the power station back there in Niagara Falls ends here with the plow. The relay itself doesn't matter. I mean, any one of a million things could fail and cause our complex civilization to collapse for an hour, for a day, however long, because that's when you find out the extent to which you are reliant on technology and don't even know it. That's when you see that it's so interdependent. You take one thing away and the whole thing falls down, leaves you with nothing. Unless you can plow and survive and start the whole process off again from scratch. And it's no accident that to do that, you have to have a plow. Because it was the plow that triggered everything off, a long way back in the past, after a different set of people also found out that their comfortable life was falling apart. In a world where events came to a point where a fundamentally new way of life had...
Okay, so now you've gotten all the dreams of surviving the zombie apocalypse out of your head. You can actually look at how the plow leads to what we have today. Like, he's going to lay out the groundwork. And going forward, this is the way these episodes are going to work. And I think we're going to watch probably one of these episode. We'll finish off with this. We'll save it for the end. But I think that they are valuable for understanding how to get, or how we got from point A to point B, and that technology, development in between point A and point B. What up, Paradigm? Yeah, no, when so-and-so dropped out, I had vibes, you know what I mean? So, congrats, King. Congrats, Chief.
To be found. That's exactly what happened about 12,000 years ago in maybe 4 places on the earth. Northern India, Syria, Egypt, Central America. It stopped raining and got very hot. The result of that change in the weather was to lead to an invention that would trigger the development of a civilization that ends with us in the modern world. Let me explain that. You see, the high grasslands started to dry out, became like this place, and the plants and the animals that had sustained the wandering tribes started to disappear. people began to die. There was only one thing the survivors could do: head for water. And so down they came into the great river valleys. Here in Egypt, that river was the Nile. And the Nile was an extraordinary river. It rose in two places. From one it brought rotting vegetation, and from the other potash. And any gardener will tell you what that means. When it flooded every year, it dumped compost and fertilizer onto the land. And the land bloomed. Too well. With easy food, the population grew to where not even the Nile could support it without help. Faced with starvation, the river dwellers tried planting grain by hand. Not enough. What solved their problem was an invention that triggered off a series of events which ends with us in our modern technology trap. Because that invention was to trigger the beginnings of civilization. This is the first great man-made trigger of change, the plough. Because with it you know how much harvest you're going to get next year. And because of that, you know you're going to be here next year. And because of that, you can plan for the future. And after a while, when you can produce surplus food, then that's when things really start to move in the tiny settlements. With regular food supplies, the population explodes. The village expands. There are more buildings and they're bigger for bigger families, and they're more permanent. You domesticate animals for their milk and their meat and their skin because they're not there to hunt anymore. And basket weaving and the twisting of grass to do it teaches you how to spin flax, and that makes linen. But it's the grain that causes the fundamental change, because with it, you bake the bread that is the staple diet on which everybody lives. And you learn about ovens and about the effects of heat on mud and brick. But above all, you have to have somewhere to store the grain surplus, in pots. But there's so much surplus by now, you need the pots to be made faster, and you need them to last longer. So the potter's wheel happens. Then comes the problem of who does it belong to? And the only answer to that is this: writing. And the very first writing takes that form: a name and a symbol for what's inside this pot, or a lot of pots, or an entire village granary. And so the little villages grew with their huts and their granaries. And then, almost out of nowhere it seems, that happened. The oldest stone building in the world, the step pyramid of King Zoser at Saqqara near Cairo. Built around 2700 BC, instant sophisticated architecture from mud huts in one jump. How do they do it? Because of what they'd had to do to feed themselves, irrigate. Because the river flooded every year and destroyed landmarks and then retreated, leaving the soil to dry out, they had to do two things: find a way of measuring the land so the farmer got his own fields back, and a way of channeling the water away for use after the flood had gone. The kind of measurement you need to do those things involves geometry and the type of mathematics a civil engineer uses. And building canals teaches you to work stone. If you know stonework and geometry and mathematics, you can build pyramids, especially if a strong central government that was developed to run the irrigation schemes in the first place tells you to. If the pharaoh said he wanted a pointed stone monument, that's what he got.
Ain't no aliens, right? There's no aliens. It's people learning stuff and then doing things with the stuff that they learned. There's no aliens.
Funny thing is, the same drought that drove everybody down to the Nile also preserved the things they built, like their tombs, for thousands of years. The stuff on the walls in this tomb, for example, is 4,500 years old. A kind of cartoon view of the civilization the plough created. I mean, look, here's irrigation. There are these people carrying water pots, you see them? And they carry them across and they pour the water into a garden that has a wall around it. And then over here, look, there's a fellow doing a bit of weeding. There's the plough. They domesticated oxen. They tried to domesticate any animal that they could get their hands on. I mean, take a look at this. Animal flatten its back, tie its back legs, hang on to its front legs, stuff food down its throat and hope it'll learn to love you. You didn't get too far with that one. It was a hyena. Well, you've got a growing community and plenty of spare food, and you'll need to protect yourself. So making weapons becomes very important. And here on this wall, there's a whole thing about handling metals. Look. Here are the weights and measures people checking on how much metal is going to be used. Next to them, the furnace men. You see the way they're raising the temperature? They're blowing on these tubes to create a draft in the furnace to get the temperature high. Next to them, here's the molten metal being poured into a mold. And here, the fellow's beating it flat.
Yeah, no, like, if you ever get a chance to look at any of this stuff, whether it's online or actually, you know, in a museum, this shit is amazing. But it's really, like, I want you to take a moment and really, like, dial in on this. This entire process that we're currently doing right here, this Twitch, this stream, this internet, all that, starts here. All this stuff that makes all this work contains metal. And this is what the origins of metalworking are. There's a direct through line between what is written on this wall and your little device. Everything that is now comes from everything that came before.
Okay, you get yourself a kingdom, you get what you deserve. You get bureaucrats. Here they are, the scribes, writing everything down. See the pens behind their ears? In this case, they're noting taxes. Here are the people coming in to pay their taxes, led persuasively by the local police. Here's a policeman with the rod of office.
ACAB includes this motherfucker right here, alright? Police have always been a tool of the state that act on the interests of the state. Fuck your feelings. What was his name? Counterpoints?
Office. More policemen. Here's an Egyptian scruff of the neck. He obviously doesn't want to pay. If you end up not paying, they get out their whips and they tie you to a pole, and that's what you get for not coming up with the money. So you have a busy, sophisticated society. You have to have people at the top in charge. This is the tomb of one of them. He was a kind of Egyptian chancellor responsible directly to the king. There he is. His name was Mereruka. By sometime around 3200 BC, the entire 700-mile length of the Nile, from the Mediterranean to Aswan, was united and administered by officials like Mereruka each one running what was called a water province, the section of the irrigation network and of the river under his command. What held it all together was the king's magic ability as a god to come up year after year with an inundation of the Nile and to know exactly how high the waters would go. Of course, it wasn't magic, it was his astronomers. They observed that one particular star, Sirius, rises just before dawn on one particular day, the 17th of July, every year. And that day is one day before the flood begins. They also saw that, on average, the flood itself came once every 365 days. Now, you put those two facts together, the star before dawn and the flood, and you've got yourself a calendar. And with a calendar, you can organize people. You can give them a date to do something on. And as for the king's ability to predict how high the water would go, well, you record the level of the flood every year with a scratch on the wall. And after a while, your experience will tell you early on how high the water's going to be later. Now, in Egypt, where water is life, that kind of knowledge and ability to control gives you the power to build empires.
It's all connected, Q. It's all connected, man. You don't believe the lies, man. Like, you gotta break out. You gotta open up your third eye, man. They don't want you to know, Q.
These are the great ancient temples of Karnak, on the edge of the Nile, about 450 miles south of Cairo. They were the center of Egyptian religion, built in the imperial city of Thebes when the Egyptian empire was at its height, the greatest power in the world. This was the New York of the time. The temples were built over a period of about 2,000 years, each pharaoh adding his bit, leaving his name in stone to last forever. Inside the temple domain, there were 65 towns, 433 gardens and orchards, 400,000 animals, and it took 80,000 people just to run the place. Small wonder that centuries afterwards, the Greeks and the Romans came here and gawped like peasants at a civilization that made their efforts look like well-dressed mud huts. It still has that effect today. You come here from the great modern cities, full of the immense power of modern technology. At your fingertips, press a button, turn a switch, and this place stops you dead. And then, just when you think you've got the measure of Karnak, you come here, at dawn, to the Hall of Columns, one of the most massive structures ever built. And anything I was going to say isn't enough. Look at it. The Egyptians built an empire and ran it with a handful of technology. The wheel, the irrigation canals, the loom, a calendar, pen and ink, some cutting tools, simple metallurgy, and the plough, the invention that triggered it all off. And yet look how complex and sophisticated their civilization was, and how soon it happened after that first man-made harvest. The Egyptian plough, and those of the few other civilizations that sprang up around the world at the same time, gave us control over nature, and at the same time tied us for good to the things that we invent so that tomorrow will be better than today. The Egyptians knew that. That's why they had gods, to make sure their systems didn't fail. Karnak was the first great statement of what technology could do with unlimited manpower and the approval of the gods. Ironically, the modern equivalent lies again in the desert. This time, the nomads also settled by a river of oil. But what it took the pharaohs 4,000 years to build took the Kuwaitis 4,000 days. What's happened in Kuwait, the change from a nomadic existence to being able to buy and use everything modern technology has to offer, has come in much less than one generation. Kuwait represents the immense power of technology used in a way most of us have never experienced, because we've lived with the kind of change it can bring for more than 100 years. Here, it's been focused. Change has been instant and...
Did you see that?
It's been focused.
My man's car phone is like, for those, like, this is what house phones used to look like if you never had a house phone, right? Like, this is what we had. And my man's got like a house phone in the car. It's like legit. Oh, wild.
Change has been instant and total.
أنا نايم يا هلا
Kuwait has suddenly become like New York or any other of the great urban islands of technology, totally dependent on that technology. Like them, without it, Kuwait would return to the desert.
Hello, Michelle? Hi, how are you? Hey, listen. I'm coming to spend my Christmas in New York, okay?
You see how increasingly the only way we in the advanced industrial nations with our bewildering technology network can survive is by selling bewilderment and dependence on technology to the rest of the world. Or is it not bewilderment and dependence, but a healthier, wealthier, better way of living than the old way? And yet, whether or not you dress up technology to look local, the technology network is the same. And as it spreads, will it spread the ability to use machines as we do without understanding them? Somebody said a few years ago about the way our modern world affects us all, if you understand something today, that means it must already be obsolete. Or to put it another way, never have so many people understood so little about so much. So why are we in this position? Why is our modern industrialized world the way it is, and not some different way, with different technology, doing different things to us? Well, that's what the rest of this series is going to look at. You saw just now that the plough and irrigation kicked us all off, and that an invention acts rather like a trigger, because once it's there, it changes the way things are, and that change stimulates the production of another invention, which in turn causes change, and so on.
Right? This is from, I actually think this is from the 70s, but, you know, late 70s, possibly early 80s. I don't recall. But the exact same thing that I'm talking about with how the AI influences the technology, which influences the AI, which influences the technology. This is that. And it goes all the way back to the beginning. All the way back to Egypt. Probably before Egypt, right? Like, let's be real. Definitely before Egypt. Right? Like Carl Sagan, talk about fire, talk about tool making. You know, if you can make a tool, right? Even if that tool is simply like a rock on a stick, or even the stick as a tool. The stick is an extension of your ability. The stick allows you to take on predators and prey that you wouldn't be able to with just your bare hands. The fire allows you to light the darkness, to protect yourself from predators in the night, to cook food, which changes the types of food that you can consume. And this observable truth of how technology functions and interacts with the humans who use it is why you cannot regard technology as separate from the humans. I am here as I am today because of all the technology that came before today.
Why those inventions happened between 6,000 years ago and now, where they happened and when they happened, is a fascinating blend of accident, genius, craftsmanship, geography, religion, war, money, ambition. Above all, at some point, everybody is involved in the business of change, not just the so-called great men. Given what they knew at the time, and a moderate amount of what's up here, I hope to show you that you or I could have done just what they did, or come close to it. Because at no time did an invention come out of thin air into somebody's head like that. You just had to put a number of bits and pieces that were already there together in the right way.
Human invention is taking two things, smashing them together and seeing if it still works, or if it works in a way that works for you.
Following the trail of events from some point in the past to a piece of modern technology is rather like a detective story, with you as the detective, knowing only as much as the people in the past knew, and like them having to guess at what was likely to happen next. So, the trigger that sets off the first of those detective stories is that. And I'd like to leave you with one question before next time. Why does a modern invention that fundamentally affects the lives of every single human being on this planet begin 2,600 years ago with somebody doing this?
Hey, so does anyone remember Jurassic?
This is another really good video, but it is 9 o'clock, so I'm going to have to wrap it up, and this is an hour. But like I sat down to watch this video. Foundation has to do with Isaac Asimov's Foundation book series. I can only carve out so much time in my day before I have to go attend to other things. But Foundation is an Isaac Asimov book series, and in it talks about a thing called psychohistory, which, if you've seen the TV show, or you've read the books, you know psychohistory is about the ability to, like, predict how humanity, not humans, but humanity will function. And I'm watching this and enjoying it. It's quite good. And then along comes artificial intelligence, because not only is that indicative of Isaac Asimov, but everything has to do with artificial intelligence. Even, a book or a video that starts with Jurassic Park. I think we'll watch that another time. I hope you enjoyed Connections, both because I really enjoy Connections and also because you're going to be seeing more of it. So, like that. It's my pleasure for streaming. It is always my pleasure for the streaming. We're gonna ready to beat a dove. Yeah, we're gonna ready to beat a dove. Or Abena dove, sorry, Abena. See? I am not perfect. Abena. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for watching. I hope you learned something. I hope that within the context of what we're talking about with artificial intelligence, that it makes sense to you to talk about this, to watch something like Connections, to understand the way that these complex systems interact in the way that passes prologue and all these things, right? Like it is all Connections. I'll be back on Wednesday. Behave yourself, be good. Eat some food, drink your water, take your meds if you forgot. Shuggy loves you. So do I.